Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. By mid-September, I had started treating that lecture hall like a place I needed to manage, instead of a place I just needed to be. I stopped picking seats because they were comfortable or close to the front. I picked them for the way out. I looked for clear lines to the aisle, open space between rows, enough distance from the wall that I wouldn't have to squeeze past anyone if I needed to leave fast. I didn't think of it as fear then. It felt more like habit, the same kind of practical thinking that had shaped everything else in my life since I started school. I worked, studied, kept my calendar tight, and stayed focused because I did not have room to drift. That was also when I started noticing him. He was in one of my larger afternoon classes, the kind where people could disappear into the room if they wanted to. Most students did. They came in half awake, carrying coffee and laptops, sat wherever they landed, and left without remembering who had been around them. He should have blended into that. In a way, he did. There was nothing dramatic about him at first glance. No loud voice, no strange clothes, nothing you could point at and use to explain the feeling that started building in me every time I saw him. The first thing I noticed was that he moved. Not a lot. Not in a restless way. He would come into class, sit somewhere ordinary, then wait. Once the room settled and I had opened my notes, he would gather his things and shift seats until he was directly beside me. He did it casually, almost neatly, like he was correcting a small mistake. The first time I assumed it meant nothing. The second time, I paid attention. After that, I began testing it without really admitting to myself that I was testing anything. One day I sat near the front. The next I chose a spot in the middle. Then I picked the back row near the wall. Once I showed up late on purpose and slipped into a seat near the aisle. Seconds before the professor started talking. It did not matter. He always found a reason to move. Sometimes it happened before the lecture began. Sometimes he waited 10 minutes. But sooner or later, there he was, lowering himself into the empty seat next to mine, as if the rest of the room didn't exist. He did speak to me, but just enough to make it harder to explain why it bothered me. He asked about assignments, exam dates, whether I understood what the professor meant by one point or another. The questions were harmless on their face, and that was part of what made the whole thing so slippery. If I answered in one-word responses, I felt rude. If I answered normally, I felt like I was encouraging something I did not want. So I did what most people do when they are unsure whether something is really wrong. I minimized it. I told myself he might just be socially awkward. Maybe he thought we were becoming friends because we sat in the same area. Maybe he was nervous, and I was reading too much into the repetition. Then I heard him asking about me. Class had ended, and I was still putting my things away. People were already filing toward the door. I heard my name behind me, and paused with one strap of my bag in my hand. It came from another student. Someone I recognized from class but barely knew. I almost turned around. Then I heard his voice. He was asking where I lived, not in a vague, passing way. He was asking which dorm building, whether I stayed there every night, whether I usually walked back alone, whether I had a car. The other student answered in the uncertain tone people use when they do not want to seem impolite. I stood still long enough to hear enough details exchanged that the room seemed to sharpen around me. The projector light on the board looked too bright. The scrape of chairs on the floor sounded hard and close. I left without looking back. That night, I changed the way I moved across campus. Front of the way off, I took a different route back to my dorm. I stopped going to the small coffee shop where I usually studied between classes. I started leaving buildings through side exits when I could. The changes were minor, but once I started making them, I realized how many routines I had, which path I used after class. which library floor I preferred, what time I usually crossed the quad. Routine makes life manageable, especially when you are balancing work and school, but routine also makes you easy to predict. A few days later, I saw his car. It was early evening, one of those dull fall nights when the air cools fast after sunset and the concrete around the dorm still holds a little of the day's heat. I was walking back with my backpack digging into one shoulder, already thinking about the reading I still had to finish before morning. There were cars parked all along the curb across from the dorm entrance. Nothing unusual in that, but one of them was angled in a way that made it look less like it had been parked and more like it had been positioned. As I got closer, I saw him in the driver's seat. The engine was off. His window was up. He was not looking down at a phone or talking to anyone. He was facing the dorm entrance. I remember how carefully I kept walking. I did not slow down, and I did not let my head turn a second time, even though every part of me wanted to confirm what I had seen. I badged into the building, crossed the lobby, got into the elevator, and only when my dorm room door shut behind me did I let the fear arrive fully. The next morning, I reported it. Our university had an office that handled conduct complaints. I made an appointment between classes and sat under bright office lights trying to describe the pattern without sounding dramatic. I explained the seat changes, the questions he had asked others about me, the car outside my dorm. The administrator listening to me kept her expression steady and professional, but I could tell she understood that I had reached the point where ignoring it was no longer reasonable. She told me they would document it. She told me they would speak with him. She told me to keep notes if anything else happened. For about a week, it seemed to help. He still came to class, but he stopped sitting directly beside me. He stayed a few rows away. He did not speak to me. I felt foolish for how tense I had become, which is a common stage in these situations. The moment there is a pause, you start negotiating against your own instincts. Maybe the warning had embarrassed him, and that was enough. Maybe the whole thing would shrink back into awkwardness and disappear. Then I started seeing him in places that had nothing to do with class. Outside the library when I left after a study session. Near the student union, on a day I had not gone there at my usual time. Standing by a bike rack near one of the science buildings where I had a lab. Always at a distance that gave him cover. Far enough away that he could deny it meant anything. Close enough that I noticed him before I could convince myself not to. He did not approach me. That became its own kind of message. If he had tried to talk to me, there would have been something direct to reject. Instead, he stayed just outside of confrontation, making his presence the point. It was like being watched by someone who wanted credit for restraint. I started writing everything down. Dates, times, locations, what I was wearing, who was nearby, whether he followed after I changed direction. I hated doing it, but once I began, I saw the shape of the pattern more clearly than I wanted to. He was not appearing at random. He was anticipating movement. He knew more about my schedule than he should have known. When I returned to the conduct office, I brought the notes with me. This time, the meeting was shorter and more serious. A formal conduct warning was issued. I was told he had been instructed not to contact me and not to engage in behavior that could reasonably be understood as monitoring or following me. The language was careful. Institutions often speak carefully when they are trying to control something before it becomes a larger problem. For another brief stretch, the campus felt almost normal. I let myself breathe a little. I went back to one of my usual study spots. I walked alone in daylight without running through alternate routes in my head. Then one night after a late library session, I left through the main doors and saw him across the plaza. It was not fully dark yet, but the sky had gone flat and colorless, and the campus lights were starting to hum on one by one. I adjusted my bag and headed toward the dorm path. I heard footsteps behind me after a minute, then another minute later, still there, matching rather than gaining. I moved toward a brighter path near the center of campus. The footsteps shifted with me. When I glanced back, he was there, not close. Not so close that anyone passing would have thought to intervene. But he was behind me, walking the same route I had just changed to avoid being alone. I cut toward an academic building where the doors were still open. He adjusted again. That was the first time fear stopped feeling abstract. Until then, there had always been a thin layer of uncertainty I could hide behind. In that moment, walking under campus lights with his footsteps staying behind mine, no matter where I turned, there was nothing uncertain left. I went straight to campus security. The officer at the desk listened while I spoke too fast, then slowed down only when he asked me to repeat the route. Another officer walked me back to my dorm that night. They took a report. They asked for the dates of the previous conduct complaint. They told me to call immediately if I saw him again. The next day, I got an email from a school administrator asking me to come in. They told me campus security had made contact with him. He claimed coincidence. He said campus was shared space. He denied following me. I remember staring at the edge of the administrator's desk while she explained this, noticing a scratch in the wood near the corner, because I needed something ordinary to look at while anger pushed up through the fear. Of course he denied it. Denial fit the entire pattern. Everything he was doing depended on being just deniable enough. Campus security began paying more attention to the areas near my dorm, and the paths I used most. I was told to keep my phone ready to stay in lit spaces, to avoid returning alone at night when I could. A classmate I trusted started walking with me after our shared lecture. Another began texting me when I got back to my dorm. People were kind, but I hated that my life had started requiring witnesses. The car came back a second time. This time it was late afternoon. I was coming back from work, tired and already thinking about the paper I needed to finish that weekend. The car was parked across from the dorm in almost the exact same place. Seeing it there again did something immediate and physical to me. My arms felt cold. My thoughts narrowed. I did not go inside right away. I stepped into the lobby, stayed by the glass, and called campus security while looking directly at the car so I could keep describing what I was seeing. They arrived quickly. I watched through the lobby doors as two officers approached the vehicle. He rolled down the window. They spoke to him for several minutes. I could not hear what was being said, but I could see enough to understand the shape of it. He kept talking. One officer stayed still, hands at his sides. The other leaned slightly toward the window, then straightened. Eventually the car pulled away from the curb and left. That was the first moment I felt something close to relief. Not because I believed it was over, but because someone else had finally seen part of it directly. After that, the response shifted beyond internal warnings. I was not given every detail, but I was told the documentation had gone far enough that any further contact would bring immediate action. Campus police became involved. I filed another report, this time with the kind of formal statement that makes you realize your own life has turned into paperwork. For the rest of the semester, I stayed alert. I still changed my routes. I still sat near exits. I still noticed every car that lingered too long by the dorm entrance, and every familiar outline at the edge of a crowd, but the sightings grew less frequent. Then they stopped. When finals ended, I moved out of that dorm with a sense of relief so strong it almost felt like exhaustion. I packed boxes, loaded my car, and kept scanning the lot between trips from the building. Nothing happened. No car, no figure across the street, no last attempt to be seen. I expected that to be the end of it, clean and complete, the way people want endings to be. Instead, what remained was quieter. I finished school. I kept working. My routine rebuilt itself in new places, but certain habits never left. I still notice who changes seats to sit closer. I still map exits in lecture halls, waiting rooms, conference spaces, anywhere I know I will be staying for more than a few minutes. I still pay attention to parked cars with someone sitting inside, facing a building instead of the road. Most people think fear announces itself loudly. Mine did not. It arrived as adjustments, a different route, a different seat, a hand already on my phone, a glance over my shoulder that became automatic, because once you have learned how easily a person can make themselves present in your life without touching you, without speaking to you, without quite crossing the line in a way that is easy to prove, you do not fully go back to the version of yourself that moved through space without calculation. The last time I thought I saw him was months later near campus, across a parking lot at dusk. I noticed the posture first, then the shape of the face turning slightly in my direction. I did not wait to verify it. I got in my car, locked the doors, and left. No one followed me. Nothing happened after that. But sometimes, in quiet rooms, I still remember how all of it began. Not with a threat anyone else could hear, not with a dramatic confrontation, just with a student moving seats, again and again, until I understood that what he wanted was not conversation or friendship or even attention. What he wanted was proximity, and the certainty that I would notice he had taken it. I still choose my seat carefully, and every now and then, when I pass a row of parked cars and catch sight of a driver sitting motionless behind the windshield, watching the entrance of some ordinary building, I feel that old pressure settle under my ribs, and I keep walking without turning my head again. I realized someone was inside my house the night I heard breathing. That didn't match mine. It came from the hallway beyond my bedroom door. Faint but steady, like someone trying not to be heard. I held still, counting the rhythm without meaning to, waiting for it to stop. It didn't. It lingered just long enough to feel deliberate, then faded into the kind of silence that makes you question whether it happened at all. By morning, I had already started documenting. I live alone on a rural property far enough from the main road that you don't get accidental visitors. My routines are consistent because they have to be. My work demands it: long hours, precise habits, a focus on small details that most people ignore. That carries over into how I live. I lock doors without thinking. I remember where things are. I notice when they're not. The first physical sign came a day after that night. The back door didn't sit right in its frame. The latch still caught, but the wood around it had splintered in a way I didn't recognize. Fresh damage, the kind that doesn't happen from weather alone. I crouched there longer than necessary, running a finger along the chipped paint and exposed wood, trying to reconcile it with anything I might have missed. I took a photo. Inside, the air carried a faint smell I couldn't place. Not strong, not immediate, but present. Something like fabric that had been worn too long, warmed and cooled repeatedly. It wasn't mine. I opened windows and let the cold air move through the house until it faded. For several days, nothing else stood out. Then the toolbox in the mudroom was open. I keep it closed, not locked, just closed. Everything in its place. A screwdriver sat on top of the tray instead of beneath it. The handle was damp, not from anything I'd done. I wiped it off, set it back where it belonged, and checked the door again. The splintering looked worse. I installed a new strike plate that afternoon. I didn't call anyone. There wasn't enough to explain yet, just small inconsistencies. But I started a log: dates, times, observations, the door damage, the smell, the toolbox. I noted that nothing had been taken. A few days later, I found the pantry shelf rearranged. Not emptied, not disturbed in any obvious way, just adjusted. A jar turned outward, a bag shifted slightly, subtle changes that didn't make sense unless someone had been standing there, deciding how to leave things. I stood in that kitchen longer than I should have, staring at objects I knew I hadn't touched. That night, the smell came back stronger. It clung to the hallway leading toward the older section of the house. That part used to be the entire structure before I expanded years ago. Now it's mostly storage. I keep the door shut. It was open, only a few inches, but enough to break the line of shadow where it usually sealed closed. I didn't go in immediately. I closed it first, then walked the perimeter outside with a flashlight. The wind had erased anything useful. No clear tracks. No obvious signs of entry beyond the damage I'd already seen. When I came back inside, the air felt wrong again. That's when I stopped assuming. I installed cameras the next day. Small ones. Discreet. One facing the mudroom. One covering the hallway to the old section. One tucked into the pantry. I positioned them carefully. Tested angles. Checked blind spots. I set motion alerts to my phone. The first 2 nights were quiet. On the third night, at 2:13 a.m., my phone vibrated. I was awake instantly. I checked the alert. Pantry camera. The image loaded slowly. At first it looked empty, then something moved through the edge of the frame. Not fast, not accidental. A shape crossing low and controlled, like someone who knew exactly where the camera might be and was trying to avoid it without fully succeeding. Another alert followed. Hallway camera. This time I saw more. A person moving from the old section toward the main part of the house. Human height, slightly hunched posture. Their movement had a pattern. Pause, listen, move, careful, familiar. I stayed in bed, lights off, breathing shallow. There were sounds now, subtle, a shift of weight, a faint scrape, the kind of noise that blends into a house at night, unless you're listening for it. I recorded everything. After several minutes, the movement stopped. Then another alert. Mudroom camera. The same shape crossed the frame and disappeared. Silence returned. I didn't leave my room until daylight. When I checked the house, nothing obvious was missing. But the new strike plate had been tampered with. The screws were loosened, not removed, enough to weaken it. That was the moment it stopped being abstract. Someone wasn't breaking in. They were already inside, and they had been for a while. I adjusted my approach. More cameras. Exterior coverage at the back and along the side where the older structure meets the newer addition. I changed my routines. Left lights on in some rooms, off in others. Created patterns that suggested movement even when I stayed still. I stopped using the old section entirely. Instead, I watched it. Over the next several nights, a pattern formed. Movement between 1:30 and 3 a.m., always originating from that older part of the house. The person stayed close to walls, avoided direct light, moved with a familiarity that meant they understood the layout. They accessed the pantry occasionally, the mudroom more often. Once, they stood in the hallway outside my room. They didn't try the door. They just stayed there, head slightly tilted as if listening for confirmation that I was asleep. I didn't move. Eventually they left. The footage gave me enough. Not a clear face, but a consistent presence. Repeated entry points. Behavior that showed intent and routine. I compiled everything. Timestamps, still frames, notes. Then I made a plan. I needed them visible fully, not just edges of frames and partial movement. So I staged the house. I left the mudroom light on, brighter than usual. I shifted items in the pantry slightly, enough to draw attention. I left the old section door open wider than I ever had before. Then I left. Not far, just out of sight, positioned where I could monitor the cameras live from my phone and still stay at a safe distance. It took longer than usual. Closer to 3 a.m., the first movement came from the hallway camera. Clearer this time. The person stepped further into the light than before, drawn by the change. I captured multiple frames, face partially visible, enough detail. They moved into the pantry, paused, then turned toward the mudroom. That's where the exterior camera picked them up, trying the door. From the inside, I had already called the police. I gave them everything, live feed, recorded footage, timestamps, a clear explanation of what had been happening, and how long. They arrived quietly. I stayed where I was, watched through the screen as lights cut across the property, and voices broke the pattern that had defined my nights for weeks. The person didn't run. They were taken into custody without incident. Later, when it was over, I went back inside. The house felt different. Not safe, not yet, just emptied of something that shouldn't have been there in the first place. I stood in the hallway outside the old section and looked at the door I'd kept closed for years. Inside, behind stacked storage bins, the paneling had been shifted. A narrow crawl space opened beneath the foundation. There were signs of long-term use, compressed material, personal items, evidence of someone living in a place never meant to be seen. I documented it all. Even after everything, I still check the doors more than I used to. Not out of fear, out of habit sharpened into something else. Because once you learn how easily someone can exist inside your space without you knowing, you don't forget it. The first time I felt it, There was no one there. I was halfway down the block, just past the house with the broken mailbox, when something in me tightened for no clear reason. It wasn't a sound or a movement, just a quiet, steady sense that I wasn't alone in the way I thought I was. I slowed without meaning to, scanning the street like I'd forgotten something. Everything looked normal. Porch lights, parked cars, curtains drawn, and then I saw him. He was standing across the street, just outside the reach of a porch light, still enough that I couldn't tell how long he'd been there, facing in my direction, not moving, not pretending to do anything else. I kept walking. At first I told myself it was nothing. People stand outside. People wait. People exist in spaces without explanation. But as I passed him, I felt his attention follow me. Not like a glance, but like something fixed. I didn't turn my head, but I knew. By the time I reached the corner, I checked over my shoulder. He hadn't moved. I convinced myself that was enough to dismiss it. The next night he was there again. Same stretch of sidewalk, same still posture, same distance from the light, like he understood exactly how far he could stand without being clearly seen. I slowed without meaning to, then corrected myself, forcing my pace back to normal. My keys pressed cold into my palm, something I didn't usually do unless I was walking downtown. Not here. This time, as I passed, he spoke. Not loudly, not enough to draw attention, just enough for me to hear. "You're later tonight." I didn't respond. I didn't look. I kept walking like I hadn't heard anything at all. But the words stayed with me longer than they should have. Later, he knew that. The next day, I left earlier on purpose. I skipped the bus and walked from work instead, cutting through a different set of streets. It added time, but it felt better than testing whether he'd be there again. For a couple nights I didn't see him. I told myself that solved it. Then, on the fourth night, I returned to my usual route. It was cold. Colder than it had been earlier in the week, and the neighborhood felt emptier. Fewer lights on, fewer cars passing. He was there, this time closer, not across the street. On my side of the sidewalk, near the edge of a driveway, I saw him earlier than before. And for a moment I considered turning around, but that would have been obvious. It would have confirmed something I didn't want to confirm, so I kept going. As I got closer, I noticed details I hadn't before. His clothes were plain but clean. No obvious signs of someone out of place. Just a man who looked like he could belong there if you didn't look too long. But I did, and when I did, he spoke again. "You switched it up yesterday." I stopped. It wasn't intentional. My body just did it. A break in motion that made everything feel suddenly exposed. He took a small step forward. Not aggressive, just enough to close distance. "I didn't see you." The way he said it made it sound like an observation, not an accusation. I found my voice long enough to say I didn't know what he meant. Something automatic and flat. And then I kept walking before he could respond. My heart didn't slow down until I reached my street. "Il Whitefly Fenty Tech Come Verify." That was when it stopped being coincidence. He wasn't just there. He was tracking. The realization settled in slowly, like something I didn't want to fully accept. I replayed the past week in my head. The timing, the comments, the way he positioned himself just outside of clarity. He had been watching. The next morning, I changed everything. I left at a different time, took a different route, avoided the bus entirely. I stayed in more crowded areas, even if it meant adding distance. I told myself it was temporary, just until whatever this was past. For a while, it seemed to work. I didn't see him, but I started noticing other things instead. A figure at the far end of a block that turned away too quickly. A car parked longer than it should have been. The sense of being observed without proof. It built slowly, turning routine into something calculated. Every step became a decision. Every turn a risk assessment. I stopped walking home altogether after dark. If I had to, I called someone or arranged a ride. I told my family I just preferred it that way now. I didn't explain why. I didn't want to make it real. Then one night, it became real anyway. I woke up to a sound that didn't belong. Not loud, not breaking, just a faint shift outside, like gravel disturbed under careful weight. I stayed still listening. The house was quiet otherwise. No footsteps inside, no doors, just that soft, deliberate movement. I moved to the window slowly, keeping the lights off. The glass was cold when I leaned close enough to see out. At first, I saw nothing. Then I adjusted. He was standing near the edge of the yard, closer than he had ever been before. He wasn't hiding this time. Not in shadow, not at a distance. He stood where the dim spill of a streetlight reached just enough to outline him. Facing the house, facing my window. I froze. There was something different about seeing him there, in that space. It erased any doubt I had been holding on to. This wasn't chance. It wasn't overlap. It was intentional. I stepped back slowly, careful not to make noise, even though I knew he couldn't hear me through the glass. My breathing felt too loud. My pulse felt like it was echoing through the room. I watched him from the side, just enough to keep him in view. He didn't move for a long time. Minutes stretched. The kind that don't feel real. The kind where you expect something to happen, but nothing does, and that somehow makes it worse. Then, without warning, he took a step forward, closer to the house. My chest tightened. I moved back again, further into the room, my hand already reaching for my phone. Before I could decide what to do, a light came on down the hall. A door opened, footsteps. My relative stepped into the living room, unaware at first, moving toward the kitchen. I wanted to call out, but my voice didn't come. Then they saw me. They followed my line of sight to the window. Everything changed in an instant. The stillness broke. My relative moved fast, crossing the room and throwing on the exterior light. The yard flooded with brightness, sharp and sudden. The space where he stood was empty. For a second, I thought he had vanished. Then I saw movement at the edge of the property, a figure retreating quickly, cutting between houses, disappearing into the dark gaps where the light didn't reach. My relative stepped outside, scanning the street, posture tight, alert in a way I had never seen before. I stayed inside, watching from the doorway, unable to move any closer. There was no sign of him after that. No footsteps, no voice, no figure at the edge of the light. We checked the perimeter, the side yard, the street, nothing. That night, we didn't sleep much. The next days were different. I didn't walk alone anymore. Not at night, not on that route. My routine changed permanently, not out of preference but necessity. Doors stayed locked earlier, lights stayed on longer, and he never came back. At least, not where I could see him. But sometimes, when I passed that same stretch of sidewalk during the day, I catch myself looking at the exact spot where he used to stand, measuring the distance from the light, noticing how easy it would be to watch someone from there without being seen. And even now, with everything changed, I don't feel like I ever stopped being part of his routine. The first time I noticed the car, it was already too close for comfort. I was halfway through my route, gravel ticking against the undercarriage as I cut across a stretch of rural roads that never made it onto most maps. It was the kind of afternoon that flattened everything. Sky pale, fields bleached, no wind to move the fence lines. I'd just dropped a package at a farmhouse set back behind a rusted cattle gate when I saw the sedan roll past me. Slow enough that I caught the driver's outline, but not their face. That wasn't unusual on its own. What stuck was how it lingered. I pulled back onto the road and headed south. The next stop about 15 minutes out. The sedan was ahead of me now, easing along like it had nowhere to be. I closed the distance without trying, then slowed, keeping a buffer. When I reached the next turnoff, I signaled early, swung left, and watched in the mirror. The sedan passed the turn. I remember thinking I'd imagined it, but my brain was just filling quiet with patterns. Rural routes do that to you after a while. Everything repeats. Mailboxes, fence posts, empty driveways, and you start looking for something that doesn't fit. 3 miles later, I saw it again. It came up behind me on a long straightaway, no intersections for a while, just open land and a line of trees in the distance. It didn't pass. It stayed back, just far enough that I could make out the shape but not details. I checked my speed, slowed slightly. It slowed too. I sped up, just a little over what I should have been doing on that road. The sedan kept pace. That was the moment it stopped feeling like coincidence. I've been doing deliveries long enough to know when something's off. You develop a kind of practical instinct. Nothing dramatic, just a quiet awareness that tells you when to adjust. I told myself it could still be nothing. Same direction, same roads, someone out for a drive, but the timing lined up too neatly. The distance stayed too consistent. At the next junction, I made a quick right without signaling. The sedan followed. No hesitation, no pause to check directions. It just turned, clean and immediate, like it had been waiting for me to choose. I felt my grip tighten on the wheel. My route sheet sat on the passenger seat, but I didn't look at it. I knew the area well enough to improvise. There were a few loops I could take, roads that doubled back or cut through to busier stretches. I picked one at random and accelerated. The tires kicked up dust as I pushed the van harder than I usually would. The road narrowed, lined with uneven gravel and shallow ditches. I kept my eyes forward, checking the mirror every few seconds. The sedan stayed with me. It didn't close the gap, didn't fall back, just held steady, like it had locked onto my speed. I turned again, sharper this time, onto a road I knew curved back toward a cluster of houses. If I could reach even one occupied driveway, I'd feel better. More eyes, more chances for someone to notice. The curve tightened sooner than I remembered. I slowed slightly to keep control. The sedan didn't. It took the turn faster, cutting closer to the center, then corrected. For a second, it looked like it might lose traction, but it straightened out and continued behind me. That told me something I didn't like. Whoever was driving wasn't just following. They were committed. I kept going, but the houses I expected never came into view. The road stretched on, more isolated than I remembered. Fields gave way to a patch of trees, thicker than the scattered lines I'd passed earlier. The sky seemed lower there, filtered through branches that leaned in toward the road. I checked my fuel gauge without thinking. Plenty left. That wasn't the problem. The problem was distance from anyone else. I made another turn, one I rarely used, hoping it would cut me back toward a main road. The gravel here was looser, deeper. The van shifted under me as I drove, tires searching for grip. The sedan followed again. No delay, no confusion. I felt a pressure build in my chest. Not panic exactly, but something close. I started running through options in a practical way, the same way I would if I were behind schedule or dealing with a road closure. Except this wasn't something I could plan for. I needed visibility, witnesses, a place where I wasn't alone. I accelerated again, pushing the van harder. The road dipped and rose, uneven, and I had to adjust constantly to keep control. The packages in the back shifted with the motion, a dull thud reminding me of every turn. In the mirror, the sedan stayed fixed. I took a left I knew would lead somewhere, even if it took longer. It wasn't a straight shot, but it eventually connected to a road with more traffic. That was the goal now. Reach anything populated. Halfway down that stretch, I saw the sign, dead end. It was small, partly obscured by overgrowth. The kind of sign you don't notice unless you're looking for it. I'd taken this road before, but not far enough to remember that detail. I felt something drop in my stomach. I didn't slow immediately. Sometimes dead-end roads still have turnarounds, driveways, places to loop back. I kept going, hoping for an opening. The trees thickened, closing in tighter. The road narrowed further, the gravel giving way to patches of dirt. No houses, no driveways, just a long stretch that ended in a wide bare clearing. And in that clearing, the sedan pulled ahead of me. I hadn't seen it pass. One moment it was behind me, and the next it was in front, angled across the road, blocking the only way forward. I hit the brakes hard. The van jolted, tires skidding slightly before catching. The clearing was silent. No wind, no distant traffic. Just the engine idling and the faint ticking of heat from under the hood. The sedan sat still, sideways across the path. For a second, nothing moved. I watched the driver's side door, waiting. It didn't open. That stillness felt deliberate, like part of whatever this was. I looked around quickly. The clearing was wide enough to turn around if I had space, but the sedan's position cut off the easiest path. There was a narrow strip of uneven ground along the edge, where grass met dirt and dipped slightly toward a shallow ditch. Not ideal. Not safe, but it was something. I didn't wait any longer. I shifted into reverse, backed up just enough to angle the van, then pushed forward, steering toward that narrow strip. The tires hit the uneven ground and slipped for a moment. I felt the van tilt slightly, the suspension straining as it climbed over the rough edge. The sedan didn't move. I kept going, steady on the gas, correcting the wheel as the van bounced. For a second, I thought I might get stuck. The ground softer than it looked, but the tires caught again, and the van lurched forward, clearing the obstruction. I didn't look back right away. I focused on getting back onto the road, straightening out, finding traction. Then I checked the mirror. The sedan was turning. It pivoted quickly, more controlled than I expected, and aligned with the road again. It was still coming. That was the moment everything narrowed into one clear objective: get somewhere with people. I accelerated harder than I had all day. The van rattled, protesting the speed on that kind of surface, but it held. I retraced the road, taking turns faster than I should have, correcting constantly to stay in control. The sedan followed, but the distance shifted now, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, like the driver was adjusting. Recalculating, I didn't slow at the junctions. I chose the most direct path I knew toward a main road, ignoring the route sheet entirely. The fields began to open again, the trees thinning out. The sky felt wider, brighter. I checked the mirror. The sedan was still there, but slightly farther back. I pushed harder. The gravel gave way to pavement sooner than I expected. The transition was abrupt, the tires gripping suddenly, the van stabilizing as I hit the main road. I didn't slow down. I merged without stopping, scanning quickly for other vehicles. There were a few, not many but enough. I felt a shift in the air, like the pressure easing just slightly. I stayed in the right lane, maintaining speed, keeping my eyes moving between the road and the mirror. The sedan came onto the main road a few seconds later. It didn't close the gap this time, it stayed back, blending more with the other vehicles, less distinct. I drove straight to the nearest town, not deviating, not stopping. I pulled into a parking lot near a cluster of businesses, gas station, small grocery, a couple of other storefronts, and parked close to the entrance where people were moving in and out. I turned off the engine and sat there for a moment, hands still on the wheel. The sedan didn't enter the lot. I saw it pass on the road, continuing straight without slowing. I waited until it was out of sight before I reached for my phone. I reported everything as clearly as I could: route, times, description of the vehicle, the roads I'd taken. I didn't add anything extra, didn't speculate, just the sequence of events. The police responded faster than I expected. They met me in the lot, took my statement again in person, asked specific questions about distances, turns, how long the vehicle had been behind me. I walked them through it step by step, retracing it in my head. They put out an alert for the vehicle. It didn't take long. One of the officers got a call while still there with me. Another unit had located a sedan, matching the description on a road not far from where I'd entered the town. The timing lined up too closely to be unrelated. They didn't give me many details after that, just enough to confirm they'd found the vehicle and were handling it. I stayed in that parking lot longer than I needed to, watching the road, watching the reflections in the storefront windows, expecting to see the sedan again even though I knew it had been located. It never came back. I finished the rest of my route with adjustments, sticking to busier roads, avoiding isolated stretches where I could. Every mirror check felt sharper, more deliberate. Every turn felt like a decision that mattered more than it should. By the time I got back to the depot, the sun had shifted lower, the light softer but no less clear. Everything looked normal again. Trucks parked in rows, people moving in and out, routine reasserting itself. But the drive home felt different. Every car behind me held my attention a little longer than it used to. Every turnoff looked like it might lead somewhere I didn't want to be. The roads I'd driven 100 times felt less predictable, like they could change if I wasn't paying attention. I didn't take the rural route that evening. I stayed on the main roads, even though it added time, even though it meant traffic, lights, slower movement, because I knew how quickly empty space could close in, how easily a quiet road could turn into something else entirely. And every time I pass a dead-end sign now, I slowed just enough to read it clearly before I go any farther. The first thing that felt wrong was the hinge. The back utility door had always been slightly off, but that morning the top hinge showed a fresh scrape, a thin strip of exposed metal cutting through old paint like something had pressed against it with intent. I stood there longer than necessary, fingers resting on the frame, listening to the stillness stretching across the property. Out here, patterns matter. You learn them without trying. And when something breaks one, it doesn't sit right. I'm not careless. My work doesn't allow for it. I document, I verify, I track small changes before they become larger problems. That habit follows me home whether I want it to or not. I keep a log for the property the same way I do professionally. Dates, maintenance, anything out of place. The hinge went into that log. At first it stayed just that, a detail, something to revisit if it became relevant. But by the end of the week, it wasn't just the hinge. Things started shifting, not disappearing. That would have been easier to explain. It was quieter than that. A shovel I always kept against the inside wall of the equipment shed, turned up leaning on the opposite side. A coil of rope I looped twice around a hook hung loose, only wrapped once. I opened the mudroom cabinet one evening and found everything arranged differently. Labels turned outward like someone had taken the time to read each one. The smell came next. It stopped me in the doorway, faint but unmistakable once you registered it. Not decay, not mildew. Something stale, layered over the dry wood and dust, human, out of place. I stepped back, closed the door, then opened it again slowly, testing whether I'd imagined it. The smell stayed. That went into the log too. For a few days, I tried to explain it away. Rural properties collect odd signs. Wind gets into places you don't expect. Animals move things, though not like that. I checked locks, walked the perimeter more often, scanned the outbuildings. From the outside, everything held. Then I found the mark on the main entrance. Small, easy to miss unless you knew where to look. Near the latch, the wood had splintered inward slightly, like something thin had been forced between the frame and the lock. Not enough to break it, just enough to test it. I pressed my thumb against the splintered edge and felt the raised grain. That wasn't environmental. I didn't call anyone yet. Not without proof. Suspicion doesn't carry weight, evidence does. If I was going to bring this forward, it had to be clear, documented, undeniable, so I adjusted my behavior. I stopped correcting what I found, left the shovel where it had been moved, left the rope hanging wrong. I started taking photos before touching anything, building a timeline. Then I installed cameras, one in the shed hidden high behind a beam, another in the mudroom angled toward the cabinet and door. I didn't mention it to anyone. The first couple of nights showed nothing. Empty frames, still air, the property holding its usual quiet. On the third night, reviewing footage at my kitchen table, I saw it, not all at once. It took rewinding, slowing the playback, leaning closer to the screen, a shift in the shadows inside the shed, something resolving where nothing should have been. Then movement low, controlled, emerging from behind stacked equipment where there wasn't enough space for a person. But there was. They stepped into view like they belonged there. Not in ownership, but in familiarity. Their movements were efficient. Practiced. They went straight to the rope, adjusted it, set it back differently. Paused. Head angled slightly, as if listening to something beyond the frame. Then they were gone again, slipping back into the same impossible gap. I watched it several times, each replay confirming the same thing. Someone had been inside my property long enough to learn it. The next day, I expanded coverage. More cameras, better angles. I changed my schedule, broke my routines, made my presence unpredictable, sometimes loud, sometimes completely still, listening for anything that responded. The smell grew stronger in certain areas. Not everywhere, just pockets. The unused section of the property, an old storage wing I rarely entered, held it the most. It had been sealed off years ago, more out of habit than necessity. The door was always closed. The key hung on a hook nearby. One afternoon I checked the key. Still there, but the door sat slightly open, not wide, just enough to break the line of shadow along the frame. I didn't open it immediately. I stood there listening to the kind of silence that feels heavier than usual, like the space itself is holding something in. Then I pushed it inward. The smell hit stronger inside. Concentrated. The room was dim, light filtering through a high, dirty window. Most of the shelving stood empty, but in the far corner, something had changed. A small arrangement, blankets, folded roughly, a plastic container, a collection of items that weren't mine. Wrappers, a bottle, things carried in and left behind. Someone had been living there. Not briefly, not accidentally, staying. I didn't go further in, didn't touch anything. I stepped back, closed the door and locked it, keeping my hand on the knob longer than necessary. That shifted everything. This wasn't random intrusion. It was long-term occupation. I went back through the footage, mapped movement patterns, tracked time gaps. They avoided me deliberately, moving through parts of the property I didn't frequent, adjusting to my presence without revealing themselves, which meant they were predictable, and predictable meant I could control the next step. I built the plan carefully. Identify pattern, introduce change, observe response, maintain distance. The shed was the best point of control. I adjusted the cameras for wider coverage, added a second angle at ground level. Then I altered the setup inside, moved items in a way that would be obvious to someone familiar with the space. Then I left. Not far. I positioned myself where I had a clear line of sight to both the shed and the path leading from the unused wing. Phone ready, camera open, recording one tap away. Time stretched. Evening settled slowly over the property, light draining into long shadows. The wind dropped, leaving everything unnaturally still. Then movement. From the direction of the unused wing, they emerged. Same controlled posture, same deliberate pace. They crossed toward the shed. I started recording. They entered. A short pause. Then they came back out. Faster this time, not running but alert. The change had registered. They scanned the area more carefully now. For a second I thought they might see me, but their focus shifted back, and they moved quickly toward the unused wing, disappearing inside. That was enough. I didn't follow, didn't engage. I withdrew once I was certain they were contained again. The call to authorities was direct. I provided everything: footage, timestamps, documented disturbances, the forced entry marks, a complete record. They arrived the next morning. I kept my distance as they approached the unused wing, watched from the same vantage point. They moved efficiently, surrounding the structure before entering. It ended quickly. They brought the person out without incident, hands secured, face unreadable from where I stood. I stayed where I was. Later, I was told what I already understood. They had been there for a while, long enough to adapt, long enough to settle into the gaps in my attention. Afterward, the property felt different. Not immediately safe, just exposed. I checked everything. Every structure, every room, reset what had been altered. The unused wing took the longest, clearing it out, removing what didn't belong. The smell lingered for days before finally fading. Even now, I still notice things. Not movement, not disturbance, just the absence of it. The hinge still carries that scrape if you look closely. The unused wing stays locked. The key in its place but checked more often than before. At night, the property settles into silence again. Wind brushing through the grass. Structures holding steady in the dark. I keep my routines, I keep my records, and sometimes stepping into a space that once held that faint, lived-in scent. I pause just a little longer than I should, listening to the quiet and remembering how easily it was shared without me knowing. The truck was already behind me when I checked my mirror, close enough that it didn't belong there. I was halfway through my rural route, the kind of afternoon where the sun hangs low but still bright enough to flatten everything into hard shadows. Gravel roads, long fences, scattered mailboxes leaning at angles like they'd given up. I'd been driving deliveries out there for years, and the routine was steady enough that any deviation stood out immediately. The truck behind me hadn't been there when I left the last paved road. It appeared somewhere between a cattle gate and a stretch of empty field. Tight on my rear, its grille marked with old bug splatter. At first, I assumed coincidence. Out there, two vehicles on the same road felt like a crowd. I made my next scheduled stop, a small farmhouse set back from the road. I pulled in, parked, and carried the package to the porch. The truck slowed as it passed, then kept going. I watched it in my peripheral vision, not turning my head, just noting the way it didn't disappear as quickly as it should have. It rolled farther down, then stopped where the road bent out of sight. I told myself it was nothing. People stop out there all the time, checking fences, looking at land, taking calls where reception dips in and out. I finished the delivery, scanned it, and walked back to my van. The truck was still there when I pulled out. I continued on my route, turning onto the next stretch, a narrower road lined with dry grass and shallow ditches. After a minute, I checked my mirrors. The truck came into view again, cresting the slight rise behind me. That was when the pattern started to form. I drove another mile, then slowed as if I'd missed an address. I signaled and pulled off to the side, pretending to check my scanner. The truck slowed too. It didn't pass. It just hung back. Idling in the lane, I pulled back onto the road. So did the truck. There are habits you build in that job without thinking about them. You learn the roads. You learn who lives where. You learn what normal looks like. That truck wasn't normal. I told myself to stay calm. There were still stops ahead, and eventually I'd loop back toward a more populated stretch. I didn't want to overreact. Not yet. At the next turn, I made a deliberate choice. Instead of following my route, I took a side road I rarely used. It cut through a more isolated section, a shortcut that reconnected later on. If the truck kept following, that would answer the question. I turned. A few seconds later, the truck turned too. The road narrowed further, packed dirt now, with tire ruts baked into the surface. Trees crept closer on either side, blocking out parts of the sky. My grip tightened on the wheel. I accelerated slightly. Not enough to be obvious, just enough to widen the gap. The truck matched me. I could feel it now, not just see it. The pressure of being watched, measured. Every time I glanced in the mirror, it was there, steady and patient. I tried another maneuver. Up ahead there was a fork, one path leading deeper into private land, the other curving back toward the main road. I slowed abruptly and took the private path at the last second, kicking up dust. For a moment, I thought I'd lost it. Then the truck burst through the dust behind me, committing to the same turn. That was when the situation stopped being ambiguous. I reached for my phone but hesitated. Signal out there was unreliable. Calling too early and losing connection wouldn't help. I needed to get somewhere open, somewhere with people. The road I'd taken wasn't ideal for that. It stretched out longer than I remembered. winding through uneven ground. I cursed under my breath and kept driving, scanning ahead for any sign of a turnoff. Behind me, the truck closed the distance. I could make out more details now. Dark paint, older model, front bumper slightly misaligned. The windshield reflected too much light to see the driver clearly. That bothered me more than anything. The lack of a face, a person, something to read. I sped up. The van rattled over the rough surface, suspension complaining as I pushed it harder than I should have. Dust filled the air behind me, but the truck stayed locked in. I needed a plan. Up ahead, I remembered a dead-end road. It wasn't marked well, just a narrow cut that led to an abandoned property. I'd only driven it once, by mistake. It ended in a wide dirt clearing with no exit. Not ideal, but it had space. I made the turn without signaling. The truck followed immediately. The road narrowed even more, trees pressing in close enough that branches scraped along the sides of the van. The sound was sharp, constant. I focused on the path ahead, heart hammering, trying to think through what I was about to do. If they wanted me to stop, they'd try to corner me. That meant they'd have to get in front of me. I kept my speed steady. Not too fast, not too slow, just enough to keep them engaged. The road opened into the clearing exactly where I remembered it. A flat stretch of dirt, ringed by broken fence posts and overgrown weeds. No exit, nowhere to go. I drove straight into it. The truck surged forward, cutting to the side, then swinging around in front of me. It moved faster than I expected, blocking the only way out in a sharp, deliberate motion. I braked hard, the van skidding slightly on the loose dirt before coming to a stop. For a second, everything went still. The engine idled. Dust drifted through the air in slow, thin clouds. The truck sat directly ahead, angled just enough to prevent a straight path back. I could feel my pulse in my hands. This was the moment where things could go very wrong. I didn't wait. I threw the van into reverse, backing up quickly, creating distance. The rear wheels bounced over uneven ground, but I kept control. I needed space to build speed. The truck didn't move at first. That hesitation gave me exactly what I needed. I shifted into drive and hit the accelerator. Instead of aiming for the open gap beside the truck, I angled slightly off toward the edge of the clearing where the ground dipped and the fence line had collapsed. It wasn't a road, it was rough, uneven terrain with patches of tall grass and exposed dirt. The van wasn't meant for that, but it was my only option. I pushed forward. The front wheels hit the uneven ground, jolting the entire vehicle. For a split second, I thought I'd lose control. The steering wheel jerked in my hands as the tires struggled for grip. I kept going. The van bounced, rattled, but it moved. The broken fence posts passed on either side, close enough that I could have reached out and touched them. The truck behind me revved, trying to adjust, but it had positioned itself too tightly for a clean turn. I broke through the edge of the clearing and onto a narrow strip of land that connected back toward the main road. I didn't slow down, and the terrain smoothed out gradually, transitioning from rough dirt to something more drivable. I pushed the van as hard as I dared, every vibration running through the frame. In the mirror, the truck reappeared. It had managed to turn around. The chase resumed. But now I had a direction. I followed the path until it reconnected with the wider road, tires gripping better as the surface improved. I accelerated again, putting as much distance as possible between us. The landscape began to open up. Fewer trees, more fences, signs of habitation, even if sparse. I reached for my phone again. This time I had signal. I called it in, giving my location, describing the vehicle, keeping my eyes on the road in the mirror. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. I focused on clear details, not letting panic take over. The dispatcher kept me talking, asked for updates, told me units were on the way. The truck stayed behind me, but it didn't close in as aggressively now. It kept a consistent distance, like it was waiting for something. I didn't give it the chance. I stayed on the main road, heading toward the nearest town. Traffic increased gradually. First a single car, then another. The presence of other vehicles shifted something in the air. The truck hesitated, falling back slightly. I didn't look away. A few minutes later, I saw the first patrol car coming from the opposite direction. Lights on. Fast. The truck slowed. I kept going. In the mirror, I watched as the patrol car passed me, and then swung around. Another unit appeared from a side road, closing in from behind the truck. The space between us widened. Then the truck turned off abruptly, cutting onto a side road. The patrol cars followed. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station at the edge of town. I pulled in, parked near the building, and sat there with the engine running, hands still on the wheel. Everything felt too quiet. The adrenaline drained slowly, leaving behind a sharp, lingering unease. I stayed in the van, watching the road, half expecting the truck to reappear. It didn't. Later, I was told they found the vehicle not far from where it had turned off. No clear explanation. No direct answers about intent. I finished my shift that day, but I didn't take any more rural routes for a while. Even now, when I drive those roads, I check my mirrors more often than I used to. I notice every vehicle that lingers a little too long, every turn that doesn't make sense. The routine is still there, but it's different now, edged with something sharper. That afternoon didn't end with anything visible or dramatic. No confrontation, no clear motive, just the memory of a truck that stayed too close for too long, and the understanding of how quickly an empty road can turn into something else entirely. The first time it felt wrong was at the corner where the sidewalk dips around a storm drain, the place where I usually adjust my bag on my shoulder and check the time on my phone before turning onto my street. It was late enough that most porch lights had gone dim, but not so late that the neighborhood felt empty. There were still televisions glowing behind curtains, the faint hum of someone's dryer running, the occasional car passing 2 blocks over. Ordinary noise, the kind that makes you feel like nothing can really go wrong. He stood on the opposite side of the street, not moving, not looking at anything in particular. At first, I didn't even register him as important. People walk dogs at that hour, take calls, stand outside to cool off. I remember thinking he was waiting for someone. I kept walking. When I passed him, he turned his head slightly. Not enough to be obvious, just enough that I caught the motion in the corner of my eye. I didn't look back. It wasn't until the next night that I realized he had been watching me. I leave work at the same time most evenings. It's a habit I never thought twice about. My route home is simple. 3 turns, 1 long stretch past identical houses, then the short walk up to my front door. I like routines. They make things feel controlled, predictable. The second night, he was there again. Same corner, same stillness. This time, as I approached, I glanced over without meaning to. His face was clearer under the streetlight. Mid-30s, maybe. Clean clothes, nothing out of place. He looked like someone who belonged there. As I passed, he spoke. He spoke not loud, not aggressive, just enough that it reached me. He mentioned the time I usually come through that intersection. It took me a second to understand what he meant. My first thought was that I'd misheard him, that he'd said something else entirely. But then he added a detail, something small, something specific about how I always check my phone right before crossing. I didn't stop. I didn't respond. I kept walking, but my pace changed without me deciding to change it. My shoulders tightened. The sound of my own footsteps seemed too loud. By the time I reached my house, I had already started rewriting it in my head. Maybe he lived nearby. Maybe he just noticed patterns the way some people do. It wasn't illegal to observe someone walking down a street. Still, I locked the door faster than usual. The third night, I took a different route. It added 10 minutes to my walk and cut through a narrower street where the houses sat closer together, their yards fenced in with low wood panels. It felt less exposed, even though there were fewer streetlights. I told myself it was just for variety, a way to break routine. Halfway down that alternate street, I saw him again. This time, he wasn't standing still. He was walking toward me, hands at his sides, pace even. For a moment, I thought it couldn't be him. The lighting was worse, the angle different. But as we got closer, I recognized the way he held his head, slightly tilted as if always listening for something. We passed each other. He didn't stop. He didn't block me. But as he moved past, he spoke again, just like before. He mentioned the new route. Said it like he'd been expecting it. There was no mistaking it this time. He knew. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see if he was watching me again. I just kept going. But the sense of being followed stayed with me, clinging to the back of my neck like heat. That night, I checked the windows before going to bed. Not in a dramatic way, just small, practical movements making sure the locks were in place, that the blinds were angled the way I preferred. I told myself it was normal. After that, I started changing everything. I left work earlier some days, later on others. I switched between routes, doubled back occasionally, even drove part of the way once, just to break the pattern. Each change felt deliberate, controlled, like I was solving a problem. But no matter what I did, he appeared. Not every night. That would have been easier to explain, easier to accept as coincidence or persistence. Instead, it was irregular, unpredictable. Sometimes he'd be at the original corner, sometimes farther down the block. Once, he was across the street from my house, standing near a mailbox as if he belonged there. Every time he had something new to say. Small observations, the kind that only makes sense if someone has been paying attention over time. The way I switch hands when I carry my bag. The days I seem more tired. The one time I stopped to tie my shoe near a driveway. He never raised his voice, never stepped into my path. There was no overt threat in his tone. That made it worse. I stopped wearing headphones. I stopped checking my phone outside. I became aware of everything. The spacing between houses, the shadows under parked cars, the rhythm of footsteps that weren't mine. My sense of security, something I'd always taken for granted, started to feel like a thin layer I'd been standing on without noticing. Now it was cracking. One night, I got home and didn't turn on the lights right away. I stood just inside the door, listening. The house felt too quiet, like it was holding its breath. I told myself I was being irrational. Then I looked through the narrow gap in the blinds. He was standing across the street, not moving, not pretending to do anything else, just facing my house. The distance between us felt different when I was inside. It wasn't the same as passing him on the sidewalk. There was a line now, something that should have made me safe. It didn't. I saw to hear about in the sure adventure. I stepped back from the window slowly, careful not to make sudden movements, as if that would somehow keep him from noticing me. My heart was beating harder than it should have been, louder than anything in the room. I stayed like that for a long time, in the dark, listening. Eventually I checked again. He was still there. That was the first time I called someone. I didn't explain everything at once. I couldn't. It sounded different when I tried to put it into words. Thinner, less real. But I said enough. I said there was someone outside, that it had been happening for days, that I didn't feel safe. They told me to stay inside. They said they were coming over. While I waited, I kept watching. He didn't move much. Sometimes he shifted his weight or turned his head slightly, but he never left the spot. The stillness was deliberate, patient. At one point, a car passed between us, headlights washing over him for a second. His face looked completely neutral. Not angry, not excited, just focused, like he was waiting for something to happen. When my relative arrived, the sound of their car pulling up broke the pattern. The headlights swept across the street, and for the first time he reacted quickly. He stepped back, then turned, moving away with a speed that didn't match the stillness he'd held for so long. By the time the car door slammed, he was already halfway down the block, gone. We went outside together. The air felt colder than it had earlier, sharper. The street looked ordinary again. Quiet houses, dim lights, nothing out of place. If I hadn't been watching, if I hadn't seen him standing there for so long, I might have believed nothing had happened. We checked the immediate area, the sidewalk, the curb. There was nothing left behind. No sign that anyone had been there at all. Inside, with the lights on and another person in the house, the fear shifted into something else. Not gone, just contained. Manageable. I explained everything then, more clearly this time. The repeated encounters, the comments, the way he always seemed to know. They listened without interrupting, then started making practical suggestions, changing locks, installing cameras, varying schedules even more, concrete steps, things that could be done. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every small noise felt amplified, the creak of the house settling, the hum of the refrigerator, distant cars passing. I kept expecting to see him again if I looked outside, but he didn't come back. Not that night, not the next. Days passed, then a week. I kept changing my routines anyway. Not out of panic, but out of habit now. Awareness had replaced comfort. I noticed things I never used to. Unfamiliar cars parked too long. Figures lingering at corners. The way shadows fall differently depending on the time of night. Nothing matched him. Eventually, the immediate fear faded, replaced by something quieter. Unease. Because there was no clear ending. No explanation. No confrontation that resolved anything. Just a presence that had been there, watching, learning, and then leaving when the situation changed. Sometimes when I walk home now, I still look at that corner, the storm drain, the street light, the exact place where he first stood. It always looks the same, empty, ordinary, safe. But I don't adjust my bag there anymore. I don't check my phone. I don't linger even for a second. I keep moving, aware of every step, every shadow, every window that might reflect more than it should. Because once you realize someone has been watching your life from the outside, mapping it in ways you never intended, that sense of security doesn't come back the way it was before. It changes shape. It becomes something sharper, more deliberate. And even now, with the street quiet and nothing visibly wrong, I still feel the outline of where he used to stand, fixed in place like a mark that never quite fades. The back storage door didn't sit right that morning. It hung just slightly open, the latch misaligned, like it had been closed in a hurry or from the wrong angle. Out here, that kind of detail stands out. Nothing shifts unless something moves it. I stood there longer than I needed to, looking at the narrow gap, already running through my routine in my head. I lock everything the same way every night. I check twice. It's part of the job, and I treat it like it matters. Because it does. This property is isolated enough that mistakes don't stay small. When I pushed the door open, the air inside carried a warmth that didn't belong. Not strong, but distinct. It didn't match the dry, unused feel the space usually had. It felt occupied. I didn't step in right away. I let the air settle, listening for movement. There was nothing. Just the quiet creak of the building and the distant wind across the field. Inside, everything looked mostly intact. Tools in place. Shelves lined the way I'd left them. But small things were off. A plastic bin near the wall sat slightly forward, enough that the clean outline in the dust didn't match its position anymore. A folding chair had been pulled away from where it was stored, angled toward the center of the room. Nothing missing. Nothing broken. But something had been used. I checked the windows first. All sealed. No cracks, no signs of forced entry. The main door's deadbolt worked cleanly. No resistance, no looseness from the inside. Still, I knew. I stepped back outside and walked the perimeter again. Slower this time. The ground near the entrance showed faint scuffing that hadn't been there before. Near the lock plate, the wood had fresh marks. Shallow but deliberate. Someone had tried to force their way in. They just hadn't used that door. I moved along the side of the structure, past stacked lumber and overgrown weeds that hadn't been touched in months. That's where I found it. A vent near the base of the wall, partially hidden. The mesh bent inward, not torn apart, just carefully pushed in enough to allow access. The dirt beneath it told the rest of the story. Compressed areas, repeated use. This wasn't new. I crouched there, looking into the darkness of the crawl space, feeling the weight of how long I might have missed it. Then I stepped back and pulled out my phone. I documented everything. The vent, the ground, the marks on the door. I made sure the angles were clear, the details visible. Then I placed a piece of scrap wood over the opening, not to block it, just to see if it would move. From that point on, I adjusted. I kept my distance from the storage wing unless I had to be there. I changed my routine so it wouldn't be predictable, and I started watching. The property gives you long sight lines if you know where to stand. I used the main house windows, keeping the blinds just low enough to stay hidden. I used a gap in the barn siding that gave me a narrow view of the storage wing, without exposing me. 2 days passed with nothing. On the third evening, just as the light started to drop, something shifted near the wall. A figure moved along the side of the building, staying close to it, keeping low. They paused at the vent, glanced around briefly, then slid the scrap wood aside like they already expected it to be there. They went in feet first. No hesitation. I recorded what I could from a distance. The shape of them, the movement, the entry itself. It wasn't perfect footage, but it was enough. Once they disappeared inside, I moved. I kept parallel to the storage wing from inside the main house, staying quiet, controlled. I knew where the interior access point was, an old hatch behind shelving that hadn't been used in years. I positioned myself where I could see it without being directly exposed. Time passed slowly. Then came the sound, a faint scrape beneath the floor, another. Movement, careful and deliberate. The hatch shifted. It opened just enough for a hand to feel along the edge. Testing. Then it lifted fully, and the person pulled themselves up into the room. They paused halfway, listening. Then they stood. From where I was, I could see them clearly enough. Thin, controlled movements, not rushed. This wasn't someone breaking in for the first time. This was someone returning. They walked to the folding chair and sat down. I took the photo. No flash, no sound, just a clear image of them inside a space they didn't belong in. That was all I needed. I backed out the way I came, careful not to make noise, and left the house. I put distance between myself and the structure before making the call. I kept it direct. Location, situation, evidence ready. They told me to wait and stay clear. I stayed in my truck at the far end of the property, engine off, watching the buildings from a distance. The light faded slowly, turning everything into darker shapes against the land. They didn't come back out. When the police arrived, they did it quietly. 2 vehicles, no lights, no noise. They stopped short of the main structures and moved in on foot. I met them halfway and showed them the photos. They moved immediately after that. 1 unit covered the exterior vent. The other approached the storage wing directly. I stayed back where they told me to. They entered. There was a moment of silence, then clear commands from inside. Firm, controlled, no panic, then movement. They brought the person out in restraints, head down, no resistance. It ended quickly. After they secured them, they searched the area. The crawl space had been used for a while. Blankets, food wrappers, a small light, enough to stay hidden, enough to come and go without being seen. They had been living there, using the isolation, the unused space, the routine they must have watched long enough to understand. After everything cleared and the vehicles left, the property felt quiet again, but not the same. The vent was sealed, the door reinforced, the crawl space emptied. Still, every time I pass that section, I pay closer attention than I used to. The way the air sits in that room, the way the ground settles near the wall, the way a space feels when it's been occupied longer than it should have been. I haven't changed the job. I've just changed how closely I look at everything. Because out here, the only warning you get is something small being out of place. And if you miss it, someone else might already be living inside your space without you ever knowing. The platform lighting made everything feel slightly out of sync, like the morning hadn't fully settled into place yet. Fluorescent strips buzzed overhead, some working, some not, leaving long interruptions of shadow between pools of pale light. People stood scattered along the platform, each person keeping just enough distance from the next to avoid contact. I positioned myself near a concrete column, adjusting the strap of my bag, watching the tunnel for the incoming train. When I shifted my weight, something in the reflection behind me shifted too, not delayed, not loosely matched. It tracked cleanly enough to stand out. I angled my head slightly, using the darkened glass of an emergency map panel to get a better look without turning fully. Across the platform, 2 sections down, a man stood near another column. His posture mirrored mine. Same lean, same slight tilt of the head, like he was focused on something at chest level, except his hands were empty. The lighting over him was uneven. His forehead caught the light, but his eyes sat in shadow, making it hard to read anything in his expression. I looked away first. It could have been coincidence. Morning routines tend to sync people without them realizing it. Small, unconscious mirroring. I've seen it before. It's normal in crowded systems like this. Still, I tested it. I stepped back from the platform edge, slow and casual, like I'd just reconsidered my position. In the reflection, he stepped back at the exact same time. That was enough to make me turn. He didn't break eye contact when I faced him. Most people do, even if they don't mean to. There's a natural reflex to disengage once you're caught looking. He didn't have that reflex. He just stood there, watching, completely still except for the subtle rise and fall of his breathing. I raised my hand to my neck. He raised his hand to his neck. The train arrived before I could decide what to do next. The rush of air pushing through the station as it pulled in. People moved forward in a loose wave, and I moved with them, keeping my focus ahead but staying aware of where he was. Inside the car, I took a seat near the door, angled so I could see the length of the carriage through the glass divider. He entered through the same set of doors but stayed at the far end, standing with one hand resting lightly on the overhead bar. When I leaned back, he leaned. When I adjusted my bag, he shifted. It wasn't exaggerated. That was what made it worse. It was controlled, precise, like someone who understood exactly how much movement would go unnoticed. I got off at the next stop. It wasn't mine. The doors opened and I stepped out with a small group of passengers, immediately moving to the side of the platform and positioning myself near a column. I watched the train doors through the reflection in a metal panel. He stepped off again. No hesitation, no glance at signage, just a direct exit like he had already decided. The train pulled away behind him, leaving the platform quieter, more exposed. The lighting here was better, but it didn't help. If anything, it made his stillness more obvious. I turned and headed toward the stairs. His footsteps followed at a steady distance. Not close, not far, just consistent. At the top, the station opened into a concourse with turnstiles and a small security desk off to the side. I slowed slightly, checking the reflection in a ticket machine panel. He slowed. I stopped. He stopped. There was no ambiguity left. I changed direction and moved toward the security desk, keeping my pace even. The guard was seated, looking down at his phone, posture relaxed in that mid-morning lull. I stopped directly in front of him. He looked up. I kept my voice controlled, explaining what I had observed, pointing out the man behind me without turning fully. The guard's posture shifted immediately. He stood, attention snapping into place, eyes moving past me toward the platform behind. At the same moment, the man turned and walked away. No rush, no visible reaction, just a clean pivot and a steady walk back toward the stairs. The guard stepped out from behind the desk, calling after him, but there was no response. The man didn't look back. Within seconds, he was gone from view. The guard followed a few steps, then stopped at the top of the stairs, watching. After a moment, he returned and asked me a few quick questions. What I had seen, how long it had been happening, whether I recognized him. I didn't. We both understood the limits of what could be done. No contact, no direct threat, just behavior that crossed a line you can't always define but recognize immediately. He asked me to wait for a minute. I stayed near the desk, watching the entrances, the stairwell, the edges of the space where someone could reappear. The guard remained standing, this time, alert. Nothing happened. After a few minutes, the normal rhythm of the station filled back in. People moved through. Trains arrived and left. The tension didn't disappear, but it shifted into something quieter. I thanked him and left through the street exit instead of returning to the platform. Above ground, the city was fully awake. Traffic moved steadily. Pedestrians filled the sidewalks. The kind of environment where someone could disappear easily. I didn't follow my usual route. I crossed the street immediately, then changed direction again at the next intersection, breaking any straight path. I kept my pace consistent, using reflection store windows, parked cars, dark screens to check behind me without turning. He wasn't there. That didn't mean anything yet. At the next transit stop, I chose a bus instead of going back underground. Different route, more visibility. When it arrived, I let others board first, then stepped on and took a seat, where I could see both doors and most of the aisle. As the bus pulled away, I watched the stop. No sign of him. We moved through the city in steady intervals, each block putting more distance between me and the station. The tension settled into something controlled, something sharper. I stayed on longer than necessary, then got off in a busier area and walked the rest of the way, sticking to open streets and avoiding quiet shortcuts. At my building, I paused outside the entrance, checking the reflection in the glass one more time. Nothing. Inside, everything returned to structure-controlled access. Monitored spaces, familiar routines, the kind of environment where things are supposed to make sense. But the pattern stayed with me, not his face. That was never clear. The timing, the way he moved exactly when I moved. Without hesitation, like it wasn't a reaction but something already decided. The guard's presence ended it. That part is clear. Intervention disrupted whatever was happening, and the man left without escalation, cause and effect. But it didn't feel finished. That evening, I took a different route again. Not because I saw anything, but because I couldn't assume I wouldn't. The system works when you act early, when you don't wait for something subtle to become undeniable. That's what I held on to. Now whenever I pass a reflective surface in low light, I don't just check my surroundings. I watch to see if anything keeps pace with me. The microwave door reflected more than just my own movement that morning. As it hummed and rotated my lunch in slow circles, a second figure stood behind me, slightly off to the left, close enough to feel intentional. The lighting in the break room flattened everything into dull shapes. But posture doesn't change with lighting, and neither does the way someone carries themselves when you've known them long enough. I stayed still, watching through the warped glass, trying to make the reflection resolve into something else. A coworker passing through. A trick of angles, but he shifted his weight the same way he always used to. That slight lean, shoulders drawn in like he was trying to occupy less space than he actually did. It was him. By the time I turned around, he was already walking away. I told myself it was coincidence. That explanation held for the rest of the morning, because I needed it to. My job depends on focus, on consistency. I manage project timelines, coordinate teams, keep things moving. There isn't room for distractions that don't have clear solutions. So I documented the sighting in a note on my phone, just to align with the date and time, and then I went back to work. That night, he followed my account on a platform I rarely used. I blocked him immediately. The next day, I got a message request on a different app. No greeting, no context, just my name typed out. I blocked that account too. By the end of the week, it had spread across 4 different platforms. Some accounts used his name, others didn't. But the writing style was the same. Short messages, no punctuation. My name repeated like he was testing whether it still belonged to me. I started documenting everything. Screenshots, timestamps, platform names. I created a folder on my desktop and organized it by date. It felt excessive at first, like I was overreacting to something that might burn out on its own. But there was a pattern forming, and patterns are my responsibility. That's what I do professionally. I track them, interpret them, respond before they escalate. The second sighting happened in the parking lot outside my apartment complex. It was late afternoon, the kind of light that makes everything look temporary. I had just stepped out of my car when I saw him leaning against the far wall near the dumpsters. He wasn't looking at me directly. He was staring at the ground, hands in his pockets, as if he'd been waiting long enough to grow tired of it. I froze for a second, then unlocked my phone and pretended to check something while I walked inside. I didn't run. I didn't acknowledge him. I moved the way I always moved, controlled, deliberate, like nothing was wrong. Once I got inside my apartment, I locked the door, then checked it again. I stood there longer than I needed to, listening for footsteps in the hallway, for the sound of someone stopping outside my door. There was nothing. I added another entry to the folder. Over the next 2 weeks, the sightings increased, not daily, but frequent enough to disrupt the idea of coincidence. He appeared near my workplace twice more, once across the street, once inside the lobby where he had no reason to be. At my apartment, I saw him from my window, walking past slowly, then doubling back an hour later. The messages never stopped. Blocking one account only led to another. Sometimes there were gaps of silence, just long enough for me to wonder if it was over, and then a new message would appear. Always the same tone, always just enough to confirm it was him. I didn't respond. I told one person, a friend who knew both of us from before. I chose carefully. I didn't want to turn it into something social or dramatic. I wanted someone grounded, someone who could look at the situation without escalating it emotionally. We met in a public place, a cafe near my office. I showed her the screenshots, the timestamps, the notes. She didn't interrupt while I explained the pattern. She just watched, her expression tightening in small increments as the picture became clear. She said she would handle it. A few days later, she called me after work and told me she had seen him. She approached him in a public setting, direct and calm, and told him to stop contacting me, to stop showing up near my home and workplace. She described his reaction as dismissive at first, then defensive. He denied following me, denied the messages, then shifted into something quieter, less certain. It didn't stop. If anything, it became more careful. The sightings were less obvious. He kept more distance. The messages became less frequent, but more deliberate, arriving at times that suggested he knew my schedule. Late evening, just after I got home, mid-morning, right after I logged into work. That was the point where unease turned into something sharper. Not panic, not yet, but a steady awareness that I was being observed in ways I couldn't fully map. I adjusted my routines. I varied my commute. I stopped using predictable entrances at work. I parked in different areas of the lot. I checked my surroundings before unlocking my car, before stepping out, before opening my apartment door, and I kept documenting. The folder grew into a structured record. Dates, times, locations, screenshots, descriptions of clothing, distance, duration. It looked like a report because that's how I knew how to make sense of it. Eventually, I brought it to the police. The officer I spoke with didn't rush me. He reviewed the documentation carefully, asking clarifying questions about the timeline, about the prior relationship, about any direct threats. There weren't any. That mattered. But so did the persistence. And he told me they could issue a formal warning. I agreed. A few days later, they contacted him. I wasn't present for that conversation, but I was informed afterward that he had been explicitly warned to cease contact and stay away from my residence and workplace. For the first time in weeks, there was silence. No messages, no sightings, no unfamiliar figures lingering at the edges of my routine. I didn't relax immediately. The absence felt like another variable, something to be tested rather than trusted. I continued documenting, even when there was nothing to record. I noted the lack of activity, the dates passing without incident. Days turned into a week, then 2. The tension shifted. Not gone, But changing shape, vigilance became habit. I still checked reflections, still scanned parking lots, still varied my movements, but the constant interruption of his presence was gone. One evening, about a month after the warning, I came home later than usual. The air was cooler, the complex quieter. I parked near the edge of the lot and sat in my car for a moment before getting out. Watching the empty spaces, the stillness, there was no one there. I walked to my building, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The hallway lights flickered slightly, then steadied. Everything looked exactly as it should. Inside my apartment, I placed my keys on the counter and stood by the window for a moment, looking out at the parking lot below. The same view I had studied so many times before, searching for him. It was empty. I opened my laptop and added one more entry to the folder. Not a sighting, not a message, just a note marking the length of time since the last contact. A quiet acknowledgement that something had shifted. I didn't delete anything. I didn't close the file for good. I left it organized, accessible. A record of what had happened and how it had been handled. Over time, my routine settled into something new. Still structured, still intentional, but no longer dictated by his presence. The awareness remained, but it stopped dominating every decision. The last time I thought I saw him was from a distance, across a busy street months later. A figure with the same posture, the same slight lean. But he didn't stop. He didn't turn. He disappeared into the crowd without hesitation. I didn't follow. I documented it anyway. A brief note with uncertainty built into it, because that's what this had taught me. Not everything can be confirmed, but everything can be recorded. I closed the folder after that and moved it into a larger archive, something I keep but don't revisit unless necessary. My work continued. My routines held. The structure I rely on proved strong enough to absorb what had happened without breaking. Even now, I still check reflections sometimes. I still notice patterns in movement, in timing, in the way spaces are occupied or left empty. It's not fear exactly, more like a permanent adjustment, a recalibration of what I consider normal. And every so often, when I stand in front of the microwave at work and watch my own reflection blur against the glass, I make sure there's nothing there now, before I turn around. I noticed him the first time in the reflection of a train window just as we pulled out of the station. The morning light still thin and gray over the tracks. The glass was smudged, the kind of grime you stop seeing after enough commutes, but his outline cut through it cleanly. He stood on the opposite platform, not moving, not checking a phone, not looking around like everyone else who'd missed that train. He was looking straight at me. I remember adjusting my posture, a small shift of weight, the kind you don't think about. In the reflection, he did the same. At first, I told myself it was coincidence. Reflections distort timing. The train had just started moving. Maybe I was projecting, but then I leaned forward, just slightly as if to see past a pole. He leaned forward too. The door slid shut behind me with a dull thud, and the train picked up speed. The platform slipped away, taking him with it, but the feeling didn't leave. It settled somewhere behind my ribs, not sharp enough to panic, just present enough to stay. I work early shifts, which means I'm usually part of the first wave of commuters. The system feels different at that hour. Fewer announcements, fewer voices, more space between people. It's predictable. That's part of why I like it. Predictability is a kind of safety. By the time I reached my stop, I had convinced myself it was nothing. A trick of glass, timing, and nerves. I stepped off, moved with the small crowd toward the escalators, and kept my pace steady. The station smelled faintly of metal and old water. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Halfway up the escalator, I caught movement below. He was there again. Same posture, same stillness, facing upward toward me. There are ways people behave in transit spaces that you learn to read without thinking. Someone rushing late, someone distracted, someone avoiding eye contact. He didn't match any of it. He wasn't rushing to catch up. He wasn't scanning signs or checking directions. He was just positioned, like he had already decided exactly where to stand. I shifted to the right side of the escalator. A small, deliberate change. In the mirrored panel along the side, I saw him step to match. That was the moment the unease moved into something more focused. At the top, I didn't stop. I kept walking, faster now, through the turnstiles and into the corridor that leads to the street exits. The morning crowd thickened there, office workers and service staff merging into a single flow. I let myself blend into it, adjusting my pace to match theirs. But blending only works when no one is tracking you. I checked the reflection in a darkened advertisement panel as I passed. He was still behind me, maintaining distance but aligned. Every time I angled slightly to one side, he corrected. I didn't run. Running in a place like that draws attention, and attention isn't always helpful. Instead, I changed direction. There's a secondary passage in that station, one most people don't use unless they know it's there. It cuts toward a different exit, adds a minute or two, but it's usually quieter. I turned into it without hesitation. The noise dropped immediately. Fewer footsteps, fewer voices. The lighting was dimmer, spaced farther apart. My own footsteps sounded louder. I walked another 10 yards, then slowed, just enough to listen. His footsteps adjusted too. That removed any remaining doubt. I stopped completely. Behind me, his steps stopped. I turned. He was closer now than before, but still far enough to avoid immediate confrontation. Mid-distance. Neutral space. His face was clearer in this light, but not memorable. That was the unsettling part. Nothing distinct to hold on to. No defining feature that would make it easier to categorize him. I took a step to the left. One at Fademar Gran. Full the view ever on. He took a step to the left. No delay this time. I didn't stay there. I turned back and continued down the passage, this time with a specific plan forming. At the end of that corridor, there's a small service office. It's not always staffed, but during morning hours there's usually someone there. Security or operations, someone who watches the system instead of just moving through it. I kept my pace controlled, resisting the urge to look back again. Looking back gives feedback. Feedback encourages continuation. When I reached the door, I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was brighter than the corridor, lined with monitors showing different camera feeds. A security guard sat at the desk, mid-shift focused on one of the screens. He looked up as I entered, taking in my posture before I said anything. I didn't launch into explanation. I kept it simple, direct. I told him there was someone following me, matching my movements through multiple sections of the station. He stood immediately and moved toward the door. Not rushed, but purposeful. We stepped back into the corridor together. The space felt different with another person present. Less isolated, more defined. The guard scanned the area first, then focused down the passage. The man was still there, but the moment he registered that he was no longer just being observed by me, something changed. It wasn't dramatic, no sudden movement, just a shift. He broke alignment. He turned casually as if reconsidering his direction, and began walking the opposite way. The guard stepped forward, closing some of the distance, not chasing, but making his presence clear. That was enough. The man increased his pace, reached the end of the corridor, and disappeared into the main flow of the station. Gone. Just like that. The guard didn't pursue beyond the threshold. He watched the exit point for a few seconds longer, then turned back to me. He asked for a brief description, noted the direction, and said he'd flag it with the rest of the team. There was no alarm raised, no escalation, just a quiet acknowledgement that something had happened, and a system adjusting around it. I stayed there a moment longer than necessary, letting my breathing settle. The monitors behind him showed the station from angles I hadn't considered. People moving, stopping, merging. Normal patterns, nothing about what had just happened, showed up clearly on those screens. When I left the office, I didn't go back the way I came. The guard suggested an alternate exit, one closer to street level but less direct from my usual route. I took it without hesitation. The stairs up were narrower, the walls closer. The air felt warmer. Each step echoed slightly differently, a reminder that I was moving away from something, not just toward my day. At the top, the city was fully awake. Traffic noise, voices, the low hum of buses idling at the curb. The light had shifted from gray to something brighter, more defined. I didn't stop there either. Normally, I would walk the rest of the way to work. It's part of the routine. But routines had already proven flexible that morning. I crossed the street and flagged down a rideshare instead, giving the driver an address a few blocks past my actual destination. Inside the car, with the doors locked and the movement steady, the tension began to ease. Not disappear, but redistribute into something manageable. I watched the side mirror out of habit. No one followed. The rest of the day passed without incident, but the awareness stayed with me. Not fear exactly, more like a recalibration. I noticed reflections more, pauses in movement, patterns that didn't quite fit. That morning forced a shift from assumption to observation. What stays with me isn't just that someone followed me, it's how precise it was. Not random proximity, not accidental alignment, deliberate mirroring across multiple spaces, adjusted in real time, and how quickly it stopped once it was no longer just me noticing. There's a kind of safety in systems, in cameras, in other people whose role is to watch. But that safety depends on recognizing when something falls outside the pattern and acting on it before it settles in. I still take that transit line, still pass through that station in the early hours when the crowd is thin and the lighting hasn't fully caught up with the day. But I don't move through it the same way anymore. Now when I see my reflection in the train window as it pulls away, I don't just look at myself, I look for anything that moves when I do. I first noticed her car in the far corner of the gym parking lot, backed into a space under a flickering light that never quite stayed on long enough to feel intentional. It was the kind of thing you could explain away if you wanted to, and at first I did, because routine had always been my anchor, and I didn't have room for distractions. My days ran on structure. Early mornings at the office, late afternoons at the gym, evenings at home answering emails or preparing for the next day. I built my life around commitments that didn't leave much space for uncertainty. That was part of why the relationship had ended months earlier. She had wanted spontaneity, more time, more access. I had needed boundaries. We hadn't spoken since. That first sighting felt like coincidence. Same neighborhood, same schedule patterns. The kind of overlap that happens in suburban sprawl, where everything is shared by default. I parked 3 rows closer to the entrance, and didn't think about it again until I saw her inside, standing near the water station, not filling a bottle, just standing. I kept my head down and moved through my routine. Sets, reps, timing, all of it measured. I didn't approach her. She didn't approach me. When I left, her car was still there, still backed in, still under that light that struggled to stay lit. That night, I found the first message. It came through a platform I rarely checked, one I hadn't used in months. The notification sat buried under others, but her name stood out in a way I couldn't ignore. The message was short. She said she had seen me and hoped I was doing well. No hostility, no demand, just a statement. I didn't respond. By the next morning, there were 3 more messages across different platforms. Ones I used regularly, ones I had forgotten about. Each one carried the same tone, polite but persistent, referencing where she had seen me, what time I had arrived, how long I had stayed. I blocked her on all of them. At work, I noticed her again. My office building sits on the edge of a commercial strip, the kind with shared parking and overlapping foot traffic. People come and go all day, and it's easy to blend in if you don't belong there. Around mid-morning, while reviewing a report at my desk, I glanced up through the glass partition and saw her reflection in the lobby doors. She wasn't inside. She was standing just outside, looking in. There's a particular stillness people have when they're waiting for someone specific. It's different from checking your phone or scanning a room. It's focused, intentional. She had that stillness, I turned my chair slightly, enough to break the direct line of sight without making it obvious I had noticed her. A few minutes passed. When I looked again, she was gone. I documented it. At first it felt excessive, writing down times, locations, details. But there was something about the pattern forming that made me uneasy in a way I couldn't ignore. I kept a simple log on my phone: date, time, place, what happened. Over the next 2 weeks, the entries multiplied. Gym parking lot, early evening. She arrives before me. Office building, mid-morning. She appears outside, grocery store near my apartment. Late afternoon. She's in the same aisle, not shopping, just standing near the end of it. The messages continued too, finding new paths each time I blocked the last one. Different accounts, slight variations in tone, sometimes casual, sometimes more direct, always referencing where she had seen me. I didn't reply to any of them. The shift from unease to something sharper happened at the gym. I had adjusted my schedule slightly, arriving earlier than usual to avoid overlap. For a few days it worked. No sightings, no messages tied to that location. It felt like a correction, like I had found a way to restore distance. Then one morning, as I finished my workout and stepped into the locker room, I saw my gym bag had been moved. Not taken, not opened in any obvious way, just shifted a few inches from where I had left it on the bench. The zipper was angled differently. The strap was twisted. It's a small thing, easy to dismiss, but I am precise about my belongings. I notice placement. I notice alignment. And that bag was not where I had left it. I checked inside. Everything was there. When I stepped back out into the main area, she was standing near the exit, closer this time, not watching me directly, but positioned in a way that made it impossible to leave without passing her. I adjusted my path, circled around a row of machines, and exited through a side door that led to the parking lot. Her car was parked directly next to mine. That hadn't been the case when I arrived. I documented everything that night, in more detail than before. The messages escalated after that. They referenced not just where I had been, but what I had done, the length of my workout, the order of exercises, the time I had spent in specific sections of the gym. It wasn't just observation anymore. It was tracking. I tightened my routines, changed parking spots, varied my schedule, entered buildings through different doors. It slowed the pattern but didn't stop it. The third-party intervention happened on a Saturday afternoon. My friend had met me for coffee near the office, a place I used occasionally for informal meetings. I hadn't told him everything, just enough to explain why I was on edge, why I kept checking the windows, why I avoided sitting with my back to the room. She came in halfway through, same stillness, same focused presence. She didn't approach immediately. She stood near the counter, watching. My friend noticed before I said anything. He followed my line of sight, took in the situation and made a decision without asking me first. He stood up and walked directly toward her. I stayed seated, but I watched. He spoke to her in a controlled, deliberate way. Not aggressive, but firm. He gestured toward me once, then back toward the door. His posture made it clear this wasn't a conversation he intended to prolong. She responded, but I couldn't hear the words. Her expression didn't change. She listened, nodded once, and then left. For a moment, it felt like resolution. That night, the messages doubled. Different accounts, faster frequency, less pretense of casualness. She referenced the confrontation, described my friend's appearance, the exact phrasing he had used. She framed it as interference, as something that had complicated what she described as an ongoing connection. I stopped assuming it would fade on its own. The documentation became systematic. Screenshots of every message, timestamps preserved, location logs expanded with more precise details. I saved security camera timestamps for my office building when I could access them. I noted license plate sightings, parking positions, entry points. It became a second routine layered on top of my primary one. Sleep shortened, awareness sharpened. Every reflection in glass, Every unfamiliar car, every repeated face in a crowd carried weight. I contacted campus police because my office building fell under their jurisdiction. The initial report felt clinical. Facts presented without interpretation. Dates, times, documented interactions, lack of response on my part, escalation patterns. They asked questions to fill gaps, clarify sequences, establish consistency. They didn't dismiss it. An officer reviewed the documentation in detail. He noted the cross-platform messaging, the physical proximity, the persistence after blocking. He explained the threshold for formal action, what constituted harassment, what evidence strengthened a case. I provided everything I had. They issued a formal warning. It wasn't immediate. There were steps, verification, contact attempts, procedural requirements. During that period, the behavior continued, but with slight variations, as if she sensed something shifting but didn't know what. Then one afternoon, the messages stopped. Not gradually, not tapering off. They stopped completely. The sightings ceased as well. No car in the gym parking lot, no presence outside the office, no unexpected appearances in shared spaces. The absence was as abrupt as the escalation had been. Campus police confirmed the warning had been delivered. They didn't share details beyond that, but the implication was clear. Boundaries had been formally defined in a way that carried consequences. For the first time in weeks, my routine felt like mine again, but the unease didn't disappear with the behavior. It changed shape. I still document things, though less frequently now. I still vary my routes, though not as drastically. I still check reflections, still notice parked cars, still register patterns in a way I didn't before. There's a difference between being safe and feeling safe, and I learned that gap doesn't close immediately. The last entry in my log is brief. Date, time, location, no sighting, no message, no contact, just a note that the day passed without interruption, written in the same precise format as everything that came before it, because consistency matters, and because the only way I knew how to reclaim control was to keep recording the absence, as carefully as I had recorded the presence. I closed the log after that and set my phone down on the kitchen counter, watching the screen go dark while the room around me stayed still. The kind of stillness that feels earned but not permanent. The kind that makes you listen a little longer than necessary before you turn away. I noticed him because the chair scraped. It was the first week of the semester, late afternoon, the kind of class where everyone is still pretending to be organized. I had picked a seat near the aisle, close enough to the front to hear without leaning forward. Halfway through the lecture, a metal leg dragged across tile behind me. Slow and deliberate, I turned just enough to see him lifting his backpack and shifting into the empty seat beside mine. There were plenty of empty seats. I told myself it didn't mean anything. People move. People sit closer when they arrive late. I kept my notes clean and straight, kept my eyes on the slides, kept my posture steady. When class ended, I packed quickly and left without looking at him again. The next lecture, he did it again. This time I saw him before he moved. He started 3 rows back. He watched me for a few seconds, then stood up and carried his things forward, placing himself directly beside me like it had been decided in advance. His movements were careful, not rushed, like he didn't want to draw attention. The chair legs still made that same dragging sound. I shifted my notebook closer to my body, reducing the space between us. He didn't say anything. I didn't either. That pattern settled in. Every class, no matter where I sat, he would find a way to be next to me. If I arrived early, he would arrive later and move. If I arrived late, he would already be there, one seat over, waiting for the gap to close. He never introduced himself. He never asked about the lecture. He just sat and watched. It wasn't constant staring. It was worse than that. It was intermittent, like he knew how to make it deniable. I would feel it before I saw it. That sense of being measured from the side. When I turned, he'd already be looking down at his notebook, or at the professor, or anywhere else. I started choosing seats at the edges of rows, hoping it would limit him. It didn't. He would just take the only seat available beside me, even if it meant stepping over other people. A few classmates noticed enough to glance, not enough to intervene. One girl gave me a small look once, the kind that asks a question without words. I shrugged it off. At that point, I still believed I could handle it by ignoring it. The first time he spoke to me, it was outside the building. I had stayed late to finish a project in the lab. The campus had emptied into that quiet stretch between evening and night, when the sidewalks feel wider than they are. I was walking toward the student housing complex when I heard footsteps matching mine. He came up beside me, like he had always been there. He asked where I lived, not in a casual way, not as small talk, but directly, like it was a detail he was entitled to. I told him I was heading to the dorms, and left it at that. He asked which building. I said I had to make a call, and pulled my phone out, even though the screen was dark. He kept walking next to me anyway. Then he offered me a ride. I hadn't asked where his car was. I hadn't asked for anything. He just said it like it was the next logical step, like I had been waiting for the offer. I told him no, that I preferred to walk. He insisted once, then again, each time phrased slightly differently, like he was trying to find the version that would work. I stopped walking. I said I was fine, that I didn't need anything, and that I was going to meet someone. That wasn't true, but it created a boundary I could stand behind. He paused for a second, then nodded like he understood something I hadn't said. He didn't follow me the rest of the way that night, but the next morning, he was already sitting in the chair beside mine. The request started after that, small at first. What classes I was taking, what my schedule looked like, where I worked, whether I lived alone. Each question was framed like a normal conversation, but they stacked in a way that made the pattern impossible to ignore. I gave short answers, vague answers, sometimes no answer at all. He didn't get frustrated. He didn't react. He just kept asking, adjusting the phrasing, circling back days later as if the conversation had never ended. The shift from uncomfortable to wrong happened at night. I was in my room, second floor, window facing the parking lot behind the building. It was quiet enough to hear distant traffic, the occasional door closing somewhere down the hall. I got up to close the blinds and noticed a car idling under one of the dim lights. That wasn't unusual by itself. What made me stop was the angle. The car was positioned so that the front faced directly toward my building, toward my window. The headlights were off, but the interior light flickered briefly as someone shifted inside. I couldn't see a face clearly, just the outline of a person in the driver's seat. I stepped back from the window and turned off my room light. Then I moved closer again, slower this time, staying just out of direct view. My eyes adjusted. The outline sharpened. It was him. He wasn't on his phone. He wasn't looking down. He was looking up, toward the building, toward my floor. The stillness of it was what made it undeniable. He wasn't waiting. He was watching. I stayed there longer than I should have, trying to convince myself I was wrong, trying to find a version of the scene that made sense without including me in it. But every time the interior light shifted, every time his head tilted slightly, it aligned with my window. I closed the blinds. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I changed my routine. I left earlier. I took a different path. I avoided places where I might run into him outside of class. Inside the classroom, nothing changed. He still moved his seat. He still watched. I started documenting things. Dates, times, locations. Not because I knew what I would do with the information, but because writing it down made it real in a way that thinking about it didn't. The second time I saw the car, it was later than before. The lot was almost empty. The same position, the same stillness. This time I didn't go to the window immediately. I stood off to the side and looked through the edge of the blinds, enough to confirm without exposing myself. It was the same car. I took a photo with my phone, careful to avoid reflection. The image was grainy, but the shape of the car and its position were clear. I saved it with the date. That was when I decided to report it. The campus office didn't react dramatically. They listened, asked for specifics, asked if there had been any direct threats. I told them no. I showed them my notes, the photo. I explained the pattern in the classroom, the questions, the offer of rides. They wrote everything down. An administrator met with me later that day. He was calm, measured, the kind of person who speaks in structured sentences. He explained what they could do and what they couldn't. He said they would speak to the student. He said they would issue a formal warning. He said if the behavior continued, it would escalate. I left that office feeling both relieved and unsettled. Something had been acknowledged. Something had been put on record. But nothing had actually stopped yet. The next class he was there. He didn't move his seat immediately. He stayed where he was for the first half of the lecture, 2 rows back. I felt it before I saw it again. That same intermittent attention. Then halfway through, the chair scraped. He moved beside me. But this time he didn't look at me at all. He stared straight ahead, hands folded on the desk, posture rigid. It was a performance of normalcy, so deliberate it felt more unnatural than anything he had done before. After class, he didn't follow me. He didn't speak to me. For a few days, the pattern shifted. He kept his distance physically, but the presence didn't disappear. I would see him across campus, at a distance that made it ambiguous. In the library on the far side of the room, outside a building, standing still as people moved around him. Then he followed me again. It was late afternoon, still light out. The campus busy enough to feel safe. I was walking with a friend, talking about something unrelated, something normal. I noticed him behind us, not close but aligned with our path. We turned. He turned. We slowed. He slowed. I told my friend quietly. We adjusted our route, cutting through a different building, exiting on the opposite side. When we came out, he was already there, standing near the entrance, like he had anticipated it. That was when it stopped being something I could manage alone. We went back to the administration office together. This time there was less discussion. They already had a record. They already had the warning documented. The fact that he had followed me after that changed the response. Campus authorities got involved. Then city authorities. The language shifted from concern to action. Formal terms, official statements, a clear directive issued to him to stay away from me, from my classes, from my residence. I didn't see him in class after that. His seat stayed empty. For a while, that felt like an ending, a clean break. Something resolved through the system that was designed to handle it. I kept going to class. I kept my routines. With adjustments, I checked my surroundings more often. I chose seats with clear lines of sight. The parking lot stayed empty at night. Then, one evening, I saw a car pass slowly along the street behind the building. It didn't stop. It didn't idle. It just moved at a pace that was slower than traffic, steady and controlled. I couldn't see who was inside. I couldn't confirm anything, but I didn't go to the window again. I started walking with people more often. I coordinated schedules. I used well-lit paths, even when they were longer. I reported anything that felt off, even if it didn't rise to the level of what had happened before. Over time, the sightings stopped, or I stopped seeing them. It's hard to separate those two things. What stayed was the awareness. The way space feels different once it's been crossed. The way routine becomes something you evaluate instead of something you follow without thinking. I finished the semester. I kept my commitments. I didn't let it derail what I had come there to do. But I never sat in the same place twice again. And every time a chair scraped across a classroom floor, even if it was just someone looking for a better view, I felt it before I heard it. That same slow shift of attention, that same quiet calculation of distance, and I would adjust my position without looking, keeping the aisle clear, keeping my exit visible, keeping one small barrier between me and anyone who decided they could close it without asking. I noticed him when the train doors slid open, and a draft of stale air pushed through the car, lifting the edge of my newspaper and carrying in the smell of damp concrete. He stepped in with the rest of the morning crowd. Gray coat, gray scarf, the kind of outfit that looks intentional without drawing attention. And then he didn't move any farther into the car than he had to. He stood near the door, angled slightly toward me, close enough that I could see the texture of the wool at his sleeve. At first, it felt like nothing. Morning trains are crowded. People stand too close. You make room. You shift your weight. You look anywhere but at the person breathing the same air. I folded my paper, slipped it into my bag, and adjusted my stance to face the opposite direction. The train lurched forward, and everyone swayed together like we were connected. When I glanced back a minute later, he was still looking at me, not scanning the car, not staring past me, at me. I told myself it was coincidence. I moved toward the center pole at the next stop, threading through people as others got off. The doors closed again, and I settled into a new spot with a better grip and more space. I checked my watch. I was on time. Everything felt normal. Then I saw him again, 3 feet away, positioned at a different angle but with the same stillness, the same fixed attention. I shifted cars at the next station. It's something I do sometimes when a car gets too crowded or too quiet. I stepped off as soon as the doors opened, crossed the platform briskly, and entered the next car down before the warning chime finished. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The doors shut and I turned, scanning faces, commuters, a man with a coffee he held too carefully, a woman scrolling through her phone, a teenager leaning against the wall with headphones on. Then the door at the far end opened. He stepped through just before it closed, like he'd timed it. That was the first moment it stopped feeling like coincidence. I faced forward and kept my eyes on the route map above the door. 2 stops to go before my transfer. I focused on the names, tracing them in my head, grounding myself in something fixed. The train rattled. The lights flickered briefly, and I became aware of how quiet it felt despite the number of people around me. I didn't turn around right away. I waited, letting a full stretch of track pass, listening to the rhythm of the rails. When I finally looked, he was seated now, across the aisle 1 row back, close enough that if I leaned, our knees might touch. He wasn't blinking. I don't mean he wasn't blinking often. I mean I watched him for several seconds, long enough for it to become uncomfortable, and his eyes didn't close once. They stayed fixed, open, and directed at me in a way that didn't feel aggressive so much as deliberate, like he was making sure I knew. I looked away first. At the next stop, I got off. This wasn't my transfer point. My stop was still ahead, but I stepped out with a group of people and moved quickly onto the platform. The morning air hit colder here, and the space felt wider, louder. I walked toward the middle of the platform, putting distance between myself and the car I'd just left. The train doors closed behind me. I told myself I'd wait for the next one. I stood near a column where a security guard was posted. He was middle-aged, broad-shouldered, wearing a reflective vest over his uniform. He looked like someone who had seen enough of the morning rush to stop reacting to it. I stayed within his line of sight, pretending to check my phone. I didn't look back at the train as it idled. I heard the doors open again. People stepped off. Footsteps spread out across the platform. The usual flow. Then I felt it before I saw it. That same subtle pressure of attention. I turned. He was standing on the platform now about 10 yards away, positioned near the same column line but on the opposite side. Gray coat, gray scarf, still watching. He hadn't continued on the train. He hadn't hesitated. He had followed me off at a stop that wasn't mine. My grip tightened around my phone. I looked toward the security guard, then back at the man. The distance between us didn't change, but his posture did. He shifted slightly, adjusting his stance, aligning himself more directly with me, mirroring. I stepped closer to the guard. He noticed me then, gave a quick glance, the kind you give to confirm someone's presence. I leaned in just enough to speak without raising my voice, keeping it controlled, factual. I told him there was a man who had followed me through 2 cars and off the train. that he was still watching me, that I wasn't sure what his intent was. The guard's expression didn't change much, but he looked past me, scanning the platform. His eyes landed on the man in gray. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the guard straightened and took a few steps forward, positioning himself between us. Not confrontational, just present. The kind of presence that says you've been seen. The man didn't approach. He didn't look away either. Another train announcement echoed through the station. My line, the one I needed. I stayed where I was until the train pulled in, the wind rushing ahead of it, lifting the edges of coats and scarves all along the platform. The guard remained near me, his attention split between the arriving train and the man across the way. The doors opened. I stepped on with a group of passengers, choosing a car closer to the front this time. I moved farther inside than before, positioning myself near a row of seats but staying on my feet. I kept my back to the wall so I could see the entire car. For a few seconds I thought that might be the end of it. Then the doors at the far end opened again. He entered, just as before. No rush, no hesitation. Same pace. The doors closed behind him, sealing us into the same space again. The train pulled out of the station, and the noise swallowed everything else. He didn't come closer this time. He took a seat near the door, angled slightly toward me, maintaining that same line of sight. There were more people in this car, enough that his presence should have been diluted, but it wasn't. It felt sharper, more defined against the background. I adjusted my stance, turning slightly so I could watch him without being directly face to face. He still didn't blink. The ride felt longer than it should have. Each stop came with a brief release of tension as the doors opened, then a tightening again as they closed, and we moved on. I considered getting off again, changing direction, abandoning my route entirely, but I also knew that reacting unpredictably could make things worse. I needed a clean exit. My actual stop approached. I could feel it in the timing, the rhythm of the stations. I shifted my weight, preparing to move before the train fully stopped. My plan was simple. Step off, move quickly toward the exit, stay in open, visible areas, and keep people around me. The train slowed. The doors opened. I stepped out immediately and moved with purpose down the platform, not running, not hesitating. The morning crowd flowed around me, and I used it, staying just ahead of clusters, weaving slightly to avoid becoming isolated. I didn't look back right away. I focused on the stairs at the far end, the ones leading up to street level. The sound of footsteps echoed behind me, blending into a constant, indistinct rhythm. Halfway to the stairs, I glanced over my shoulder. He was there, not right behind me, but close enough that the distance hadn't increased. Same pace, same direction, still watching. I turned forward again and took the stairs two at a time. The air changed as I climbed, shifting from the enclosed metallic smell of the subway to something colder, cleaner. The sound of traffic filtered down from above. I reached the top and stepped out onto the street. Morning light hit hard after the dimness below. People moved in every direction, crossing streets, waiting at lights, heading into buildings. It was louder here, more chaotic, more public. I moved toward the nearest intersection and crossed with the crowd, keeping my path direct but not hurried. I angled slightly toward a row of storefronts, using their windows to catch reflections behind me. He came up the stairs seconds later. He didn't stop at the top. He didn't scan the street. He continued straight, aligning himself with my path as if it had always been his. That was the point where the unease settled into something sharper, more focused. Not panic, not yet, but a clear understanding that this wasn't incidental. This was sustained, intentional. I adjusted my route again, turning onto a busier street than I usually took. More people, more visibility. I passed a cafe, a line forming outside, and slowed just enough to blend in for a moment before moving on. In the reflection of the cafe window, I saw him pause briefly, then continue. Always adjusting, always matching. I kept moving until I reached the building where I worked. Glass doors, security desk inside, a controlled entry point. I stepped through without breaking stride, nodded to the receptionist, and moved directly toward the elevators. Only then did I look back fully. Through the glass, across the threshold he hadn't crossed. He stood on the sidewalk. Gray coat, gray scarf, still watching. He didn't try to come in. He didn't approach the doors. He just remained there, positioned in a way that kept me in his line of sight for as long as possible. The doors closed between us. Inside, the air felt still. I stood in the lobby for a moment longer than necessary, letting my breathing settle, letting the normal sounds of the building reassert themselves around me. People checked in, badges scanned, elevators opened and closed in steady intervals. I didn't see him again that day, but I changed how I moved after that. I stopped using the same car twice. I varied my stops when I could. I paid attention to reflections, to patterns, to the way someone might align themselves without closing distance. I stayed closer to security, to open spaces, to exits that didn't funnel me into narrow paths. Nothing like that happened again. Not with him. But sometimes on quiet mornings when the train doors slide open and the air shifts just enough to carry in something unfamiliar, I still find myself scanning the faces near the door, looking for that same stillness, that same deliberate attention, and I make sure I know exactly where I'll step if I need to leave before my stop. The first thing I noticed was how clean his shoes were for a subway platform. It was early, the kind of morning where the city hadn't fully committed to being awake yet. The lights hummed overhead, reflecting off the tiled floor in a way that made everything look faintly damp. I stood near the middle of the platform, one hand hooked around the strap of my bag, watching the dark tunnel for the first sign of headlights. I like routine. Same train, same position, same timing. It gives you a sense of control in a place that doesn't offer much of it. He stepped into my space without a sound. Gray coat, dark scarf pulled tight, shoes that looked like they'd never touched dirt. I shifted slightly. The automatic adjustment people make when someone gets too close. He followed, closing the distance again without looking directly at me. That's when I became aware of him. I took a step down the platform, pretending to check the arrival board. He moved a few seconds later. Not enough to be obvious, just enough to stay near me. There weren't many people around, maybe 6 or 7, all spread out. Plenty of room. Still, he stayed. I tested it. I walked farther this time, past a column, then stopped and pulled out my phone. My reflection in the black screen showed him behind me, angled slightly, like he was looking past me at something else. But when I shifted, so did he. The train lights appeared in the tunnel, cutting through the dark. Wind pushed ahead of it, carrying that stale metallic smell. I stepped toward where the doors would open. He stayed with me. When the train stopped, I got on quickly and moved into the car, grabbing a pole near the center. I positioned myself so I could see the doors without turning my head too much. He entered through the same set. No hesitation. No scanning for a seat. Just stepped in and stopped like he already knew where he was going to stand. I angled my head just enough to catch his reflection in the window. He was already looking at me. Not a glance. Not curiosity. A fixed, steady stare. He didn't blink. I looked away first. The train started moving. That familiar jolt running through the car. People shifted, adjusted, settled into their own worlds. Phones came out. Eyes dropped. Heads leaned back. Everything normal. Except him. At the next stop, I stepped off and moved into the next car. It was casual. People do it all the time. I didn't rush. Didn't make it obvious. Just changed cars and found a new spot near the door. The train started again. A few seconds later, the connecting door opened. He walked through. Same pace. Same posture. Same distance. My chest tightened. I waited one more stop, then did it again. Stepped off, moved farther down, got into another car just before the doors closed. This time I turned immediately once the train started. He was already inside, seated across from me. I hadn't seen him sit down. He just was there, hands resting on his knees, back straight, eyes locked on me. Unblinking, I shifted in my seat. He adjusted just enough to keep me in view. The lights flickered briefly as we passed through a darker stretch of tunnel. For a second, his face flattened into shadow. When the lights came back, nothing had changed. I stood up before the next stop. He stood a moment later. Not at the same time. Not delayed enough to be coincidence. The doors opened. I stepped onto the platform. It was busier here. More people, more movement. That helped. It made things feel less focused, less like I was the only thing in his world. I walked straight to the security booth. The guard inside looked up as I approached. I kept it simple. A man following me. Multiple cars. Not normal. The guard stepped out, scanning the platform. I spotted him a second later. Gray coat moving through the crowd. Not pushing. Not rushing. Just adjusting his path to keep me in sight. The guard moved forward, placing himself between us. The man stopped. Not abruptly. Just stopped. He stood there, a few yards away, watching. The guard gestured for him to move along. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the man turned his head slightly, just enough to look at me one more time, before turning his body and walking toward the far end of the platform. The guard stayed there until he disappeared behind a column. Then he turned back to me, gave a short nod, said something brief about staying aware. It should have been enough. It wasn't. I waited for the next train near the booth, keeping my back close to something solid, scanning constantly. No gray coat, no scarf, no clean shoes. When the train arrived, I got on and chose a seat near the door again. I positioned myself so I could see both the platform and the reflection behind me. The doors closed. The train started moving. For a few seconds, everything felt normal again. Then I saw him in the window, behind me. Not directly visible, only in the reflection, but clear enough. Same posture, same stillness, eyes locked on mine through the glass. I turned slowly. He was 2 rows back. I stood immediately. He stood a second later. The train slowed for the next stop. I changed my plan and got off at a station I never use. He followed. The platform was quieter. Fewer people. Longer stretches of empty space. I walked fast at first, then forced myself to slow down. Running would make it worse. His footsteps stayed behind me. Even measured. I turned halfway to the stairs. He stopped when I did. Same distance. Same stare. For the first time, his expression shifted slightly. Not enough to read. Just enough to feel intentional. I went up the stairs quickly. At the top, near the exit gate, a transit employee stood off to the side. I headed straight toward him. I didn't look back. I stopped near the employee, close enough that I wouldn't be alone if something happened. Then I turned. The man was at the base of the stairs. He didn't come up. He just stood there, one hand resting lightly on the railing, looking up at me, watching, not blinking. People moved around him, up and down the steps, brushing past like he was just another commuter. But he didn't move with them. He stayed fixed in place, waiting. I held his gaze for a few seconds longer than I wanted to, just to be sure. Then I turned and went through the exit. Out into the morning. Cold air hit my face, sharp and real. Traffic noise filled the space around me. Normal sounds. Normal movement. I didn't stop walking until I was a full block away. Then I turned once more. There was no gray coat in the crowd, no scarf, no clean shoes, nothing that stood out at all. But I still take a different route now. And every morning, without thinking, I check the reflections first. I realized I wasn't alone when I stopped walking, and something I couldn't see stopped with me. It happened on the platform just as a train was pulling in, the window stretching into a long, distorted mirror. I caught my reflection without thinking, then noticed a second figure behind me, freezing at the exact same moment I did. The timing wasn't perfect. It lagged slightly, like it was correcting itself to match me. I shifted my weight, just enough to test it. The figure in the glass adjusted too. When I turned around, There was no one there who matched what I'd just seen. Morning commuters moved around me in steady patterns, shoes scraping concrete, voices blending into the overhead announcements. No one was paying attention to me. No one was close enough to have been directly behind me in that reflection. I scanned faces, posture, spacing. Nothing aligned. I boarded the train anyway. I work in safety. You learn not to jump to conclusions, but you also don't ignore patterns when they start forming. You test them. You change variables. Inside the car, I took a position near the door and faced the window again. The reflection came back as the train pulled away from the platform, me in the foreground, and behind me exactly where I expected now. The same figure, same stance, same slight forward lean. I turned immediately. Different people, different positions. A man reading on his phone, a woman holding the overhead strap, someone adjusting a bag near the door, no one close enough. No one matching the posture I'd just seen. I turned back to the glass. Still there. I shifted my stance deliberately, widening my feet, angling my shoulders. In the reflection, the figure followed a fraction of a second later. That delay was what settled it for me. Not coincidence. Not overlapping reflections. Something was responding. At the next stop, I stepped off and crossed to another platform without hesitation. The second train was less crowded. I positioned myself with my back to the wall, giving myself full visibility of the car and every reflective surface inside it. Windows, metal panels, even the dark screen of the route map display. For 2 stops, nothing happened. I kept scanning anyway, tracking movement, watching for anything that broke pattern. Then I saw him again, not in the immediate window, but in the reflection of the connecting door between cars. It framed the next car just enough to give me a narrow angle inside. He stood there, 1 car over, mirroring me again. Same posture, same forward tilt, same subtle tension in the shoulders. I widened my stance again. He followed, slightly delayed. I didn't wait. I pushed through the connecting door into his car. The space inside was ordinary. A few commuters spaced out. No one reacted to me entering. No one adjusted in the way I'd just seen. I scanned each person carefully, checking stance, position, angle relative to where I'd been. Nothing matched. I stayed for 1 stop, then stepped back out onto the platform. This one was narrower, partially enclosed with concrete pillars breaking up sightlines. Not ideal, but it gave me something else to test. Direct visibility without reflections. I started walking along the platform, maintaining a steady pace, scanning ahead and to the sides. That's when I saw him, without glass between us. He stood between 2 pillars about 20 yards ahead, facing the tracks. When I slowed, he slowed. When I stopped, he stopped. The distance stayed consistent, like it was being measured. I stepped behind a pillar, cutting off the line of sight, then shifted quickly to the next one over. When I looked again, he had repositioned. Same distance, same orientation, tracking. That's when it moved from strange to actionable. I turned away from the platform edge and headed toward the exit. I didn't run. Running creates attention, and attention creates unpredictability. I needed control. The stairs up to the concourse were crowded. I used that, slowed slightly, adjusted my pace to match the people around me, then stepped out into the open space above. More light, more movement, more surfaces to check. I angled toward a row of glass panels near a kiosk and used them to track him without turning directly. He was still there, closer now, still mirroring. I paused near the kiosk, pretending to check something on my phone. He paused too, head dipping slightly like he was doing the same thing. Not perfect, but close enough to confirm intent. I changed direction abruptly, cutting across the flow of people toward the station security office. It was a small glass-fronted room near the main exit. I'd dealt with them before during inspections. They knew me well enough not to question urgency. I kept him in my peripheral vision as I approached. He stopped when I stopped, maintained distance, waited. I knocked once on the glass. The guard inside looked up, recognized me, and opened the door. I kept my voice low and direct, pointing just enough to indicate direction without drawing attention. There's a man behind me. He's been mirroring my movements across multiple cars and platforms. He's maintaining distance. I need you to observe. The guard didn't overreact. That mattered. He stepped out casually, scanning the area like it was routine. For a second, nothing changed. Then his posture shifted, subtle but clear. He'd found him. I turned just enough to confirm. The man was still there, but something had changed. The mimicry stopped. His stance relaxed. Detached from mine for the first time since I'd noticed him, he looked directly at the guard. Then he turned and walked away. No hesitation. No attempt to blend in. He moved through the crowd in a straight line, cutting between people without breaking stride, and disappeared up the stairs leading out of the station. The guard watched him go, then looked back at me. We kept the conversation minimal. Description, direction, behavior. There wasn't much to give beyond the pattern itself. Average build, neutral clothing, no defining features. The guard said he'd notify patrol near the exits and log the incident. I stayed there a moment longer, letting the immediate pressure ease, but it didn't go away completely. It shifted into something sharper, awareness. I didn't go back down to the platform. Instead, I exited the station on the opposite side from my usual route. The street level was already active, traffic moving in steady lines, pedestrians filling the sidewalks, open space, more variables, but also more visibility. I kept moving. Every reflective surface became a checkpoint. Storefront windows, parked cars, even the dark screens of turned-off displays inside shops. I checked angles without stopping, building a continuous picture of what was behind me. Nothing. No sign of him. At the next intersection, I stopped at the curb and let a group of people pass in front of me before crossing. I used the glass of a passing bus to check behind me again. Still nothing. That should have been enough. It wasn't. I changed my route completely. Instead of heading toward the next train line, I walked 2 blocks out of the way and caught a bus. I took a seat near the front, angled so I could see both the driver and the entrance. At every stop, I watched who got on, watched who didn't. No one matched. By the time I got closer to home, the tension had dulled slightly, but it hadn't disappeared. It sat just under the surface, waiting for something to confirm it was over. I got off 3 stops early, walked the rest of the way, checked reflections in windows I'd passed 100 times before without noticing, paused once at a crosswalk longer than necessary, just to see if anything paused with me. Nothing did. When I reached my building, I didn't go inside immediately. I stayed across the street for a minute, watching the entrance, checking the glass doors for movement behind me. Still nothing. I went inside, took the stairs instead of the elevator, and didn't stop until I was inside my apartment with the door locked. Only then did I let myself stand still, completely still, waiting. Nothing matched me. Nothing stopped with me. Everything looked normal again, but now I know how little it takes for something to feel wrong. Just a fraction of a delay, just enough to notice that something out there is watching closely enough to follow you, learning your movements in real time, keeping just enough distance to stay out of reach. And sometimes when I catch my reflection in a dark window or a passing train, I still test it without thinking. I stop walking, just for a second, and I watch to see if anything else decides to stop with me.